Greetings, everyone! My gosh, it has been a while since I did a regular stream, hasn't it? Welcome! I hope you are all well and safe and just generally in a good place. I hope everybody's doing okay. Man, I haven't even had a chance to use my my intro theme for a little while because I've been pretty much only doing streams with Marcus and the others on weekends. I say my intro theme as though it hasn't been used for a couple hundred years in other contexts, long before I decided to put it to use here, but, you know. Glad to hear that, Alex. And I hope everybody else is doing okay as well. I'll be honest, I haven't even had time to brew some tea yet today, so all I have right now is water. So I'm just keeping myself hydrated today with no tea, unfortunately. Had a lot of work to catch up on earlier today, but I'm finally done, and now that I'm done, I will have considerably more time on my hands for streaming from this point onward, because my last round of revisions on the second book of the Elden Ring guide I just submitted a little bit earlier, which now means I have no tasks left. But don't tell that to my coworkers, because they don't need to know I have no tasks left. Oh god, Erevan, no. Oh, excellent, Alex. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you've been finding some time for recreation. I'm tempted to say that I haven't, but I think the weekend streams with Marcus and HD and Berto and Charlie count as recreation. I enjoy those quite a lot. But I've also wanted to get back to my own agenda for the last 17 months. And to that end, I am revisiting today a game that I believe first came out around 5 years ago or thereabouts. It was originally a browser game, I think. It was playable on places like Newgrounds, and one or two other sites hosted it as well, if I remember correctly. And then it eventually got a full release on Steam, and then finally on consoles, or at least on PS5, which is how I first played it. Or, well, PS4 anyway, but on PSN. Yeah, Denim, that's been the last 17 months. It's been 17 months of hard labor, to say the least. But it was worth it to ensure, to the best of my ability, the quality of the guide, and that it had as much useful and valuable information in it as possible, and that that information was as accurate and up-to-date as we could manage. I mean, we've talked about that numerous times during the other streams, so we don't really need to revisit it here, but I'm glad to have been involved in the project, but I'm equally glad to be able to get back to my regular schedule and to my, you know, my own life. Because I guess there's this perception on the part of a lot of people who have never worked on a guide before, which I guess is most people. You know, it's not something that you commonly figure you'd find yourself working on, but there seems to be this common perception that these guides are something that, yeah, you put in a few hours a couple of days a week, and it's just a chill, laid-back experience. No. No, you've got to be prepared to put in 40, 50, 60 hours a week or more. And that's sometimes not even counting all of the additional time that you put in actually playing the game and testing things, and you have to be familiar with scientific method. You know, you have to. Yeah, Fextra probably is, Denim. Fextra is like, oh yeah, I'll just go update the wiki. It'll only take 5 minutes. But if you're working on an official guide, you have to be familiar enough with things like scientific method and basic arithmetic and statistics to be able to get meaningful data out of your testing and get accurate data out of your testing, and then process and extrapolate that data in a way that yields meaningful results. So it's a lot more complicated than just, oh, I'll write for a couple of hours every day. It's something that really requires an enormous commitment, and it's a commitment that most people can't make because they've already got lives and, you know, are already working full-time jobs. And it's something that I've been sacrificing a lot of sleep and a lot of personal time in order to be able to do for the past 17 months, and I'm very glad to have my life back. Well, Alex, it'll be out in probably a month or two. I don't know when the exact print date is, but it's pretty soon for the second book. It'll be going to print fairly soon, and then once it's printed, it has to be distributed. And then once it's distributed and all of the retailers have it, which basically is Amazon, then people can actually start purchasing and receiving it. I mean, you can pre-order it now. And as a matter of fact, I believe there's a fairly significant pre-order discount on the second book, as there was on the first one, so if you're planning on getting it, you might want to snag that pre-order discount now, because the first book is already going for full price, which is, I think, like $45 US. And we don't control that pricing. That's determined entirely by Amazon when or if they decide to give discounts. So get them while they're available. Anyway, as for Aground, it is not normally my style to replay games, for the most part. If it's a game that I dearly love, like a game from my childhood, or, you know, one of the modern FromSoft titles that I enjoy enough to replay, then sometimes I will. But typically, games where I've done one-off playthroughs, I do not generally revisit.
Thank you,
Monotone,
dear.
welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate that. Good to see you, man. I hope you've arrived home safely, or that you're on your way home safely. And while we're at it, let me give a shout out to one of my dear friends, Major Monotone, a loyal moderator of mine, and originally just a viewer, but a viewer who stuck with me for a very, very long time and ended up becoming not only one of my moderators, but a very close personal friend. Streams on his own channel, by the way, so go check him out. He's a marine biologist, and he does a combination of science streams and video game streams. He's got it all covered. Super chill guy. Really nice dude. Do yourselves a favor and go check him out. And yes, the Goblin Shark emote that Alex is using is Monotone's emote. Recovering from overnight flights, I know that feeling very well. I'm still trying to get back on some semblance of a functional sleep schedule after PAX, Monotone, so I know how it is. But I don't normally replay these sorts of games, but I happened to really like Aground. There are a lot of things about it that I really enjoyed, and it's rare for me to enjoy a game like this enough to be willing to play it again and to start over. But in this particular case, I feel like doing so, and I also ended up... the first time I played this, it was the PSN version on my PS5, and I ran into a few weird issues in that version of the game, which I suspect might have been somewhat exacerbated by my playstyle. So I bricked my save file on PS5 by filling an entire zone with cages filled with mechanical dragon larvae in order to farm uranium from said mechanical dragon larvae. But apparently, that version of the game was not able to handle that many animated objects in the same instance. And so I got about halfway through filling the zone with cages filled with mechanical dragon larvae, and then my save file just ceased to boot. So I've switched over to the PC version in hopes that maybe this version of the game, running on a 3080 Ti and an 11900 KF, will not have that problem. So we'll see. But yeah, literally, Alex, farmed so hard and went so far that I broke the game. So to the developer, Daniel Maetz, if you're here and listening, first of all, awesome game, GG. Thank you very much for making such a cool game. But also, if you're still bothered to do any kind of updating to the PSN version of the game, it would be really cool if you could maybe tweak that a little bit. I'd really appreciate it. Not that you're going to do that for one guy on the internet, but... Yeah, Nightshade, I know. Guilty as charged. I figured you'd all get a laugh out of it. Listen, man, uranium is hard to find in this game. And I thought I would do a smart thing and just set up an infinite uranium farm, but... You know what they say, the best laid plans of mice and spies. Anyway, for those of you who are not familiar with this game, there are a couple of things I'd like to show off in the options menu before we actually start our new save file. And this is one of a couple of games that have had this degree of customizability, but I want to give Aground a huge shout out for it, because I am a huge proponent of accessibility, having spent many years of a prior career working in or peripheral to the occupational therapy field with children and young adults on the autism spectrum who, for various reasons, needed a lot of different accessibility modifications to their daily routines, both personal and academic. And that, for me, translates very strongly into the realm of video games, because there are a wide variety of different challenges and obstacles out there that prevent people with certain conditions or injuries from being able to play games as easily as those of us who are lucky enough not to have those obstacles. And so, as a shout out to the developers of Aground, I wanted to just scroll down here for a moment to gameplay options and take a minute to appreciate all of the different factors that you can customize in this game, all of the different aspects of control that the developers have given the player over pretty nearly everything that is important or at all pivotal to the gameplay experience. There are some really excellent options that modify the way the game behaves and the way that the systems interact with one another. And I really, really appreciate this, because it makes the game so much easier and simpler and smoother to play by allowing you to adjust these options to your own preference. Especially this one here, because this one has a fairly serious medical implication for people with epilepsy or seizure disorders. But then backing out here... And actually, I wanted to especially comment on the overweight limit, because this is functionally the same thing as item burden in Demon's Souls, and it it enables you to adjust or just completely remove the amount of item burden that your character has. So you get all sorts of different ways of dynamically modifying granular aspects of the game's difficulty rather than being restricted to just easy, normal, or hard. And that being said, the game does have a standard difficulty setting, but it has nuances to it. Harder and hardest, and then it's got basically Dante must die mode, which is you get hit once and you die. And then on the opposite end, it's got, hey, do you want to not worry about the difficulty at all? Do you want to just play the game for the story? Cool. You got it, bro. Enjoy. So I'm just going to leave it on normal, because that's generally the balancing that the developers intend for most people to be able to enjoy the game in a balanced manner between, yeah, the combat is actually meaningful, but I'm not spending hours bashing my face on a single encounter or enemy. Yeah, monotone, and that's exactly it, is that these options are not just modifying the difficulty, they are changing a wide variety of aspects of how the player interacts with the game, which is called... well, it's broken down into two different things. It's broken down into user interface, which is the in-game menus and the different on-screen icons and notifications and all of that stuff. And then user experience, which is pretty much what it sounds like. It's what experiences does the user have when they interact with the game as a whole and with particular systems. And if you want to learn more about user experience, head on over and follow another very dear friend of mine, Rachel, also known as Qualag, also known as X Anjanu. And that is the correct pronunciation of her username. Anjanu is, well, she can tell you all about the etymology, but she is an absolutely brilliant, brilliant individual who has worked both in the therapy fields, as I have, or sort of adjacent to the type of therapy that I was doing back before I got into my current line of work, and also has worked in game development for Microsoft, specifically in the field of user experience. So if you want to know all about that, head on over and follow her. Check her out. Again, she is just an absolutely brilliant individual, incredibly intelligent, incredibly kind and sweet, and just thoroughly a pleasure to hang out with. And you're welcome to tell her I sent you. You don't have to, but, you know, you can. Yeah, and as Monotone correctly points out, she is also an honorary PhD in Elden Ring studies and FromSoft lore in general. So, this also is a really crucial thing that I personally think all games should have, no matter what kind of game you're talking about. But I'm very grateful that this game does, because the default key bindings have you controlling your character movement with the analog sticks, which I despise for 2D games. 2D games, as far as I'm concerned, are easiest to control using the direction pad, and I'm fortunately able to reconfigure it that way, thanks to the fact that you can rebind all of your keys. And then they have import and export save features, not to mention that there is actually multiplayer in the PC versions, at least, of this game. To my knowledge, multiplayer does not exist in the console versions, or at least it didn't when I played Aground on PSN. But this game does in fact have multiplayer, and I am unclear on whether creating a new save file via the new game option and creating one via the multiplayer option results in the same thing. But we're going to find that out, so I'm gonna just create my save file here, and I've already done all of the character appearance modification. So that much is going to... that much is going to just... we won't have to do it, is what I'm trying to say. Alex, I'll read your message after the stream. I'm sorry. It's really difficult to jump back and forth between Discord and stream. And you know me, I'm not good at focusing on more than one thing at a time. So we're gonna start with this. And the premise of this game, because it's not made immediately clear in the intro sequence, but the premise of this game is we were a passenger on board a colony ship that was fleeing Earth after Earth was attacked and more or less destroyed, rendered uninhabitable anyway, by a mysterious race of hostile extraterrestrials. So the colony ship that we were on did escape Earth orbit, but was pursued by the attackers and ultimately damaged over the planet that it was sent to colonize. And it crashed on the planet, and we escaped the ship via an escape pod and landed in the ocean. And after making planetfall in the ocean, we wash up on the shore of a continent, and we have to figure out what to do from there. So let's get this show on the road. So cold and tired. I need shelter, but there's nothing around here but fallen branches. Now, fortunately for us, this heretofore uncharted planet that we've landed on appears to have the exact same species of tree as Earth did. They were definitely already here before we made planetfall on the colony ship, but yeah, Monotone, it feels like you were just living that life not too long ago in Hawaii, huh? All right. Well, before I close this dialogue window, let me just finish my tea, or rather my water, because I don't have tea. Yeah, Monotone, it's kind of ironic that that's not only the life of a castaway, but of a marine biologist doing field work. At the very least, you got to study a lot of delicious fish and eat them. And probably also study a lot of marine life that was not so delicious, I suspect. Given that your primary field of study, correct me if I'm wrong, is plankton, is it not? But hey, biomass is biomass. Yeah, I bet there's quite a lot of both, Monotone. All right. Now, we have an equip screen, we have a health and stamina system, and this is not your soul's health and stamina system, because in Aground, when you run out of stamina, it does not recharge on its own. You use it for actions, and when you consume it all, you begin consuming health rather than stamina. So there are hard limits on the number of actions you can perform, and I am also going to have to... I'm going to have to refresh myself on the controls, because... my recollection of exactly how to play is somewhat fuzzy. Hey, Archronomus! I haven't seen you in ages. How are you doing? Alright, we discovered wood. I guess we'll pick some berries. We'll grab some more wood and pick some more berries. And grab some more wood and pick some more berries. I can barely hold all this wood. It'll take more stamina to move now, but I can't stop here. I need to find shelter. And when you are overburdened, you consume stamina at a more rapid rate. But that's fine, because if I remember correctly, what's this structure? It looks like someone stopped in the middle of making a shelter. I bet I could finish it with 8 wood. Repair the incomplete hut to shelter from the storm. Don't mind if I do. I dropped off 8 wood at the hut. I need 0 more to finish it. Not bad at all. I wonder who began building this structure and why they stopped. It looks pretty recent. Help, please. Shelter. Someone is outside. Can I trust them? I mean, we're all in the same boat here. Glad to have you, Archronomus. I hope you've been well. Welcome back, Alex and Denham. Thank you. I owe you my life. I had all but given up hope. I was too tired and hungry to finish this shelter. But what do we do now? For now, we stay warm and dry. What about after that? How will we survive on this deserted island? I mean, it's not deserted if it was never inhabited in the first place, really. Oh, Archronomus, this game's story... I mean, look, it's not Shakespeare, but it goes in some really interesting directions. And it has some really interesting possibilities. It is not a linear story. It has a few different branches and a few possible outcomes. Which, for a game that began as a browser game, is really incredible. Like, the level of quality of this game, for what it is astonishing to me. Hey, Dragonab, good to see you! Is there even any point? We're stuck here. There's no going back. At least we can try. Maybe life here won't be as bad as you think it will. I love how he appears to be eating a beaver's tail. Rest in hut. You really expect to be able to survive here? It's hopeless, man. You're good at building, right? What if we built something to store the resources and food we gather? Huh, I guess with 8 wood and 4 berries, I might be able to make a decent storehouse. Oh, builder wants to build a storehouse. Alright, I can find that, no problem. Take this stone axe if you're so gung-ho. Now, I believe one of the ways in which the story can diverge immediately, like right at the very beginning, is if you don't let the builder into the hut when it's raining, he will just die outside of exposure. How's my old stone axe? I bet it could chop down a tree by hitting X next to one. Oh, that was a rat. And we got apples. It really is fortunate for us how similar this planet is to Earth. And we leveled up from beating on a tree. I don't doubt that, Dragonab. For food, Denham, because what else are you gonna eat? So, what we're gonna do, I think, with these skill points is... chiefly we are going to invest in... Ah, right. Okay. Yeah, the system here is a little bit complex, but, we're going to invest in increased item burden. Now, mind you, if you were to go into the options and turn item burden off, there would no longer be any need for you to put points into weight. And it is possible to reallocate your stat points. But for the time being, I'm going to play this game just on default settings at the very least, so, we'll put a little bit into weight, because that will then... Yeah, that then gets us enough to be able to carry this stuff without being overburdened. Oh god, that's a bore. And we've got instant meat. Archronomus, I've looked at Valheim, but I don't know that it's quite the kind of game for me. Alright, let's... We've gathered everything already? I'm impressed. Let's get this storehouse built. Now, here comes the trickiest part of all of this. Is fitting a storehouse here. And what we actually want, if I remember correctly, is we want to build the storehouse some distance away from the hut, because we will eventually be expanding the hut, and we want room to do that. So we're going to put the storehouse actually over here. Look at that! Don't you feel accomplished? Oh, yeah, Denim, you need the berries to build the storehouse. Didn't you know? They get mashed into the frame. Yeah, actually, this will be useful. Now we can avoid getting tired from carrying too much. We can quickly drop off all that extra weight by using the Move All buttons. Use left stick up to toggle starred items. Starred items will stay in your inventory when you hit Move All, which is also very handy. Oh, and the miner just digs her way out from underground. So we'll just... Button will move all items from one inventory to the other. Yes, I want to do this. Don't ask again. Oh, and... Okay, well... Oh hey, didn't realize there were other survivors! I've been underground. There's way more to this place than meets the eye. I mean, there usually is if you dig down deep enough. For context, the other people here are also survivors of the colony ship crash. I've got an extra pickaxe if you want to check it out, too. Well, what are you waiting for? Just hold down to dig down and find those ores. Oh, and now we can look underground. So when I arrived here, I just started digging and didn't even realize there was a storm. But I'm glad you're here. I was getting tired of eating dirt, and there's nothing like a warm fire after a long day of ground. You could just as easily have picked berries. I mean, there would have been no way of knowing whether or not they were poisonous until you ate them, but, you know. You think there are more survivors out there? Honestly, I'm surprised anyone survived that crash, but here we are, so maybe others survived too. Oh god! Oh, we leveled up. Very good. I think a little bit of max health wouldn't go amiss here. How's the digging going? Maybe we should build a smelter to melt down ores into bars. Miner wants a smelter, so we need some coal. Great, let me know when you have enough coal. Well, before we do that, we're going to need a little bit more wood. In fact, we're going to need a fair bit more wood. Also, if memory serves, we don't want to be out at night, because there are things that show up at night which will attack us. Fortunately, resting at the hut will immediately advance the time to day. And we got a tree seed, which is helpful. Denim, apparently she was eating dirt. I don't know why you would. But if you're underground, I mean... There we go. Now we've got some meat, we've got some food, we've got some materials. So have I, Dragonab, and that's one of the reasons I find myself much more drawn to indie games like this nowadays than I am to big AAA titles, because the AAA titles are increasingly devoid of inspiration and creatively bankrupt, and they're just repeating the same formulas over and over and over again with very little to keep it fresh. Whereas these indie games, you know, they're being made by people who had a really cool idea but couldn't get anyone to support them or fund them. And so they're just doing it on their own, with no one to stop them. I mean, you'd think so, Denim. Well, yeah, Denim, that's exactly it. When I rebought this game for Steam, I went out of my way to buy the DLC for it, which unfortunately isn't extra content. It's just, it's the backer items that were made available to Kickstarter backers for the full release of this game, because this game, as many other indies are, was originally funded on Kickstarter, and there were a bunch of backer-exclusive items which much more recently were released as paid DLC. It's I think $9 USD for the DLC, and 14 or 15 for the base game. I went out of my way to buy the paid DLC just out of a desire to support the devs. I don't really care about the extra items, but I wanted the devs to know that I really appreciate this game, and I wanted to, you know, throw a little bit of extra support their way, so I'm willing to do that for an indie studio like Snoobox, which is the studio that develops this game. When it's used responsibly, Archfronimus, early access can be really a blessing. Of course, it's very easy to abuse, but a developer with integrity won't do that. And that's one very easy way of telling which projects are deserving of your support and which are not, right? Alright, so I am going to grab some berries and some apples. And I'd forgotten, but it looks like it's not possible to... Oh, God. It looks like it's not possible to... There, that's what I'm looking for. It's not possible to walk out of combat and continuously get the first hit on an enemy by running away and then coming back. Like, you actually have to stand and fight. I'm exhausted. You look tired too. We should rest in the hut to save the game and restore our stamina. I want to say resting in the hut should also restore health, but I think that might not be till we've upgraded it into something less primitive than a hut. Oh god. Also, where's that boar? I'm gonna eat him. Yeah, Dragonab, there are a lot of really good examples of games that have succeeded because of early access, or in part because of early access. I mean, everybody deserves a chance. Just, obviously, if they blow that chance, then, you know. Oh, also, you can also use hotkeys now. Hit LB, RB, LTR, RT in the inventory window to set them. Right, that's, for example, we can set our apples using the right analog stick, and then our berries using the right analog stick in a different direction. Well, Alex, but that's just it. There are some games that you look at and you go, okay, they're making visible progress on that. Eravon, you might be able to change that. I don't remember. I want to say there's a way you can. This is the menu I was looking for. I want to allocate skill points. And, alright, I guess we'll put one into stamina then. And we'll rest in the hut. And now we need to go find some coal. Oh hey, look at that! A rusty axe. And actually, I believe we can, this is one of the things I really appreciate about this game. We can actually take the treasure chest. And we can throw that in storage. Along with, if I remember correctly, attack 1, cut 1, knockback 5. Attack 1, cut 3, knockback 5. But this has durability, whereas the stone axe does not. So that can go in for now, because we can craft it into something. Yeah, exactly, Alex. Alright, we got coal. Now, we gotta be careful down here, because there are subterranean enemies, and that's exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about. We gotta be careful of those things, because right now we do not have the equipment to be able to take them on. And they will absolutely waste us if we get into a head-on confrontation with one. Fortunately, their behavior is fairly predictable, and they are pretty easy to avoid.
Thank you.
Yummy, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Great to see you. Yes, time is convoluted. That's correct. If we go... I believe it's if we go west, we access the technological path. And if we go east, we access the magic path. Ah, we leveled up. Very good. Gonna put some points into weight. Then we're gonna dig up above ground here and drop off this coal. Oh god. This is the stuff. I should have a smelter set up in no time. Right, hang on. Let me... I apparently have a couple of enemies to get rid of first. Boy, I can't wait till I can build some security bots to get rid of these stupid boars. Alright, so the smelter can go over here, I guess. Yeah, and you know what? We can overwrite that bush, which is fine. The smelter can turn raw ores into bars. It requires fuel to melt them down, but luckily there's plenty of coal around to keep it running. Well, what are you waiting for? Just hold down to dig and find those ores. We should make a deal with the farmer. I bet he could help us grow some tasty food. Yeah, I've heard good things about Deep Rock Galactic, Alex. I don't think it's the kind of game I'm interested in. A tree seed was stolen from the storehouse. Alright. A meat was stolen from the storehouse. Alright, who's stealing my food? I actually know who it is, but I think we've got to... Boy, am I glad to see you. Here I was thinking I was all alone, just one old man in an empty world. Hey, Azaria, welcome! I still got some life in these old bones, and I reckon I could help you out. Farming's my trade, and we all need some good food to keep us going. How about we build a barn and get a farm up and running? Well, we've got enough wood! Nice, I'll put up the barn and plant some wheat seeds. You know, we can put that here. And that is, I guess that is unfortunately going to have to take the place of one of these trees. Now we have a farm. Stop by on occasion to pick up growing crops. They'll help restore your stamina. Here, take some bread to keep you going while it grows. I've looked into that game, Yami, but I think it's a little too depressing for me. There are a lot of apples around here. With enough seeds, I could probably plant a nice orchard. Farmer wants to plant apples. Yeah, all right. Damn it. Seeds can be planted on grass tiles as long as there's enough empty space. Let me know where you want to plant the apple seeds. Okay, well, I mean, one thing at a time, really. I guess we'll put these here, and we can always plant more trees later. You can also use seeds to change crops in the barn. If you want to make new seeds, just let me know. Alright, look. I believe enemies will always crit you from behind, so I want to be facing them. Oh good, I got boar milk! Awesome. Okay. So the farm just basically produces resources. And somebody be stealing my food. Now, I bet you youngins are thinking this here's the end of the world, but I thought the same during World War III, and yet here we all are. The way I sees it, we just gotta make the best of the situation and be glad there's food to eat and company to share. But how long will we have to live on this godforsaken island? Who knows, but as long as there's life, there's hope. Perhaps in time, this island will be as good as home. Yeah, I mean, frankly, I'd be grateful just to have survived. Yeah, neither do I! Time is convoluted. Oh yeah, Denim! I mean, I don't know if you were there for me playing Yakuza 7, but it was a ride. Actually, Denim, you might be interested to know that my friend Amanda, also known as Princess Cat Power, is doing her first playthrough of Yakuza 7 right now. So if you're interested in living vicariously, head on over and check her out, because she's great. How about a workshop to turn those metal bars into tools? I can make one for 5 iron bars and 5 wood. Okay. Iron ore is pretty deep underground, so take a torch to help you see. If this one burns out, talk to me and I can make more. Good, okay. What do you think of building a kitchen? Meat is good, but it's even better cooked. Yeah, it is. I'll need 10 wood and 10 coal to build the kitchen. Well, that we can do right away. I'm not a fan of cherries, for the most part, Alex. I like the sweet ones when they're fresh, but I don't like them as a flavoring in other things. I hope you enjoy your tea, though. Looks like you have everything I need. Let's get this kitchen built. So, if I remember correctly, we want to put the kitchen right next to the... right next to the house. But I don't remember on which side. I know it has to be right up close, but I want to say it's on the right. So we're going to put it there. You can cook food at the kitchen as long as you have wood or coal to fuel it. Right, and I believe... yes, we can now finally recover our... health. We'll use some fuel. In fact, we're going to put on a fair bit of fuel, and we're going to cook a few steaks. No, not exactly. Time is convoluted, no. We're gonna make some bread. And then we'll make some hamburgers. And there we are. I mean, mind you, we are making our hamburger patties with ground boar meat, which is good, but it's not exactly beef. Hey, Kelbell, welcome! Alright, we'll collect those. I'm not complaining, Yami. What gave you the idea that I was complaining? Alright, let's put in some coal. There we go. Hey, look at that! Oh, wow, we need quite a lot for attack power. Alright, well, you know what? Let's... Let's go with stamina. Glad to hear that, Alex. Yeah, I do too, Dragonab. I don't really like tons of fat on the meat that I consume. Alright, and actually... let's grab a few hamburgers. And some steak. Because I enjoy it, Yami. I enjoyed it enough to be willing to play it again. I mean, does a man need any other reason? Now let's see if we can get some of that iron ore. There it is. There we go, we need that. Time is Convoluted. This game has always been available on PC, but it began as a browser game, and it ended up turning into, It ended up turning into a full console release. I don't know what you want from me, Yami. That's my answer. Okay, Monotone, have a good one! Take care, thank you for hanging out, as always. Yeah, you know what? We can put the steak in to make a little more room. We've got plenty of healing with just the hamburgers. Although, actually, I should rest. Get that stamina back. Grab some more coal and some iron if we can find it. There we are. Boy, it'll be so much easier when I have the ability to build mining vehicles. But I guess we'll get there. What are you doing? You can make torches if you need some. Ah! Okay. No, I think I should be good. Right, and now we need to use the forge. Which, honestly, I mean, they did a pretty decent job with the forge, just making it out of clay. Okay, so we need to add fuel, and then that will fill her up. And some iron bars. And then we can refine the iron into steel a little later. Hey, Sagari, welcome! Good to see you! Well, yeah, Denim, I'm not just going to leave resources down there. Plus, as long as I don't actually run myself out of stamina, it's no problem. And I have plenty of food now to avoid having to worry about that. Hey, look at that. And then we're going to put a couple more points into weight to mitigate that problem a little more. And then we're going to go rest. Well, really we're just saving because apparently leveling up fully healed us, so... So our first order of business will be to collect more iron ore. And once we have enough of that... we will be able to start making metal tools. Oh, hey, quartz! And gold! What do you know? Hey, GG, Sagari. Good on you for taking proper steps. I'm glad you were able to head that problem off at the pass. Alright, we're down fairly far, and I don't want to have to worry about running out of stamina, so we're just going to head straight back up. And we'll get the forge going. And once we've got a little bit of metal on hand, I can start making some equipment. Now, all right, let's get this workshop set up. Okay, that I want to leave room because we will need space to expand the house. The workshop, you can instantly create any tools or items that you have the ingredients to make. And... ah, now we can start making steel gear. And actually... we are going to make a little bit of fence. We're going to make a lantern to take the place of our torch. And that's another thing I appreciate about this game is that, oh, you know what? We're gonna want... you know, I think we can repair stuff at a workshop. Yeah, okay. Hey, Zarataro! I'm doing well, thanks. How about you? The thief was caught red-handed. It's hard enough surviving here without someone stealing our stuff. I might have borrowed a few things, but listen, I'll repay you by offering my services. I have connections with many traders on other islands. Traders? There are more survivors out there? Yup, but I'll need 5 gold bars to convince them to come here. You're gonna charge us when you were just caught stealing? There is time is convoluted. You can make stuff out of iron, but why bother with intermediary steps when I could go straight to steel? That was that. This is business. My offer is 5 gold bars. Add this island to the trade route. So, despite the fact that we just crashed, it seems as though other people have been established on other islands here for some time. Like, long enough for there to be trade routes, which is kind of weird. Fine, if there are other survivors out there, trading with them could get us off this island. Yeah, and it'll get us to the next island. Great. Brilliant. Alright. I'm gonna put that there. I'm gonna grab the lantern. And fuel. The trick here is when you're standing in front of your storehouse, and this is something I also really appreciate about this game. If you're standing in front of your storehouse where you have access to all of your supplies, you can fuel items in your inventory, such as this lantern, directly from your storehouse automatically, which I really appreciate. Really, really appreciate this. So in our offhand, we will put the lantern, which I believe provides us with a better light source anyway. We'll get rid of that. Oh, jeez. Oh, and you know, that's the entire reason I got these. Because we're going to place that there. And we're going to... Oh, God. We're going to put this here. And that, at the very least, will help keep the wildlife out of our little camp. I say help because they can still spawn inside the camp. What I really wish the game would do is just prevent enemies from spawning inside the area delineated by 2 or more fences. Oh, there's more of that quote-unquote milk. And there's the hunter. Hey, you, did you see me take down that boar? Yeah, how? How did you do that? Simple, a bit of proper technique is all you need. Trying to clear out this area. If you help me out, I could teach you how to hunt. Yes, I do believe that would be pretty cool. You need to employ the element of surprise. Hit enemies from behind and you'll get a critical hit. Here, have a workbench. You can use it in your inventory to make weapons of your own. Cool. I prefer bows so I don't have to get close to enemies, but if you want to use melee weapons, a buckler will help you block attacks. Use that to equip a weapon, X to attack, and Y to block with a shield. To craft a bow and kill some boars. Let me know if you need any hunting tips. Thank you! Well, it looks like he just wiped out these boars. Oh, and there's the alchemist. There's more to this planet than meets the eye. I have been doing experiments, and I believe I have discovered magic. I am in need of more materials. If you come across a worm, slay it and give me its dragon blood, and I'll make sure you're rewarded. Cool. Hurry up, my research is at a standstill till I get more dragon blood. Oh god, it's a spoder. The sound they make when they die. Alright. We'd better get straight back to the, You could dig a tunnel to sneak up on boars and hit them from behind. Yeah, I guess I could. So tell us what you know of other survivors. And there's the alchemist just peeking in through the window. Look at that guy. Most of us were scattered across different islands, but some of the islands have more survivors and even some working technology. I've even heard rumors of an island with a nearly intact ship. Could it still fly? As I said, all I've heard are rumors, but even if it could, it'd be certain death. Best to stay on this planet. They don't seem to care about us here. Hey, there's the hunter, just protecting us from rats. GG, man. You're the real hero.
Thank you.
Sam, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. Great to see you. place that there. Okay. Alright, well, we need to make more steel. Yeah, see, now the boar can't get in because of the fence. Alright, well... let's make a bow. And let's make some arrows. Yay! Yeah, sight is kind of important, but I think I'm going to save up for attack this time. Because attack and defense are also important. We'll have this area cleared of dangerous creatures in no time. For a job well done, let me give you my old backpack. It might come in handy when you're out in the field. Yes, excellent. I'd like to keep the wildlife in check around here. Could you use the workbench I gave you to make 6 fences? Then we could start setting up a perimeter. Oh, okay. Well, I've already got a couple. Let's... oh, right. I have it set to... I have it set to put all my equipment in the storage... So, in order to... there we go. And the backpack gives us a significant amount of additional carry weight. Yeah, time is convoluted. It's a more limited selection of stuff that can be crafted at the shop. Perfect! Boars can't run through fences, so we can use them to protect our settlement. I'll place one here, place the other fences around our base to protect it. Yeah, I don't really need the fence there, but... there we are. Make a gold bar, you'll need to smelt gold ore, which is found deep underground. The miner may have some tips for mining that deep. Yeah, okay. There we are. I also appreciate that you can pick up arrows after they've been dropped. Alright, let's put away the fence for now. Put away the meat. Yeah, we've got a comfortable little settlement now. You're so good at this stuff. Were you a hunter before the crash? Heh, never killed an animal in my life before this. I was a scientist. Lab work. Molecules. Wow, how'd you figure it all out then? It's amazing what you can do when you need to survive. I mean, if you're a scientist, chances are you're a smart enough person to figure out how to make a stone axe and bludgeon a boar to death. You change, you become someone your old self would barely recognize. Right, with this bow, we might now be able to kill worm larvae. Yeah, the lantern definitely provides significantly more light. Oh, well, we're not getting that. But we definitely need more coal. And we are going to need a stronger pickaxe, if memory serves, in order to be able to get the gold ore out of that bedrock. Ah, and look at this. This, if memory serves... Oh yeah, we can't do anything here yet because I don't have a strong enough pickaxe. But this place, I believe, is an area where you can get respawning resources. But I think there might also be some nasty enemies in there, so we'll have to come back when we have slightly better equipment. Well, that's fine. So what we can do, since we're losing health, is we just keep eating. There we go. And in this way, we can sustain ourselves until we reach the surface. Om nom nom nom. There we are, and then we will put away all our resources. Oh god. Ugh. Okay, you know what? Not dealing with that. Sheesh. Freaking spoders. Ugh. Alright. Alex, you'd be surprised. Well, maybe you wouldn't. Well, one way or the other, now we can get some iron going. I also really appreciate the animations of these facilities when they're active, just the attention to detail that went into them. We'll grab some coal on the way down, but what we really need here is more iron. And actually, I have forgotten once again. You know what? We can get him. There we go. Just barely enough attack power. Lots and lots of coal. That's good. If you want to mine through stone to reach gold ore, you'll need to craft an iron pick or a steel pick. Yep, as I thought. But first, we need more of that iron. Now we need to go drop that off. Looks like we were just in time. Yeah, dragon blood is no joke. That's a really good item. Hey, Anonmaru, welcome! Alright. Oh, great. Cool. Yes, attack, please. I will take that. And then I will save the rest for more attack, I think. Or maybe more defense. There we are. Now we can go bring the alchemist his worm blood. I knew it! This is the secret. I must set up a laboratory immediately. Your reward? Bring materials to my lab and I will mix up a magic potion for you. Let me see that rusty axe. It's tough to spot with all the rust, but I recognize those symbols. There is some ancient magic here, but it is worn out. If you bring me the right magical ingredient, perhaps I can repair it. Alright. Oh, and these are permanent stat boosts, actually. Which is pretty cool. I don't remember what exactly is needed for the, for the rusted axe. Hey. Blast it. Aha! Ah! Curse you! There's one. There's the other. That's correct, Alex. Some of them give you permanent stat boosts, and others are just temporary effects. But yeah, the permanent ones have caps so that you can't just infinitely increase your maximum stamina or health or any of that. Well, what we are gonna do is we are going to get a couple of those potions. Oh god! Oh hey look, silk! That thing that just attacked me, that shadow cat, that's what I was worried about, because those are no joke. Precisely the case in point. And I do not appreciate the gank. You know what? That was a little too close. Sheesh. It was apparently some sort of, feline teleporting monster, Alex. I'm still not 100% sure what exactly they are. Matter of fact, though, since we've got plenty of wheat, let's make some bread. And let's make some pie. Possibly, Alex. And then once we've got our pie, we'll make some burgers. I have to say, another thing I really appreciate is that even though time continues to pass while you're in your menu, enemies and the rest of the world will not interact with you, so you won't get ganked while you're sorting your inventory. Pretty much time is convoluted. Alright, there's our bread. Collect that, and there's our burgers. Oh, and we need to add a little bit of fuel. Add some wood. And we'll grab some steak. And while we're at it, we'll make some iron. And then we'll make some steel. And once we have that, we can upgrade our equipment. Throw in a little bit more fuel. And now in the workshop, we can make a steel pick. Now, let's see. Ah, we need more silk for a recurve bow. Well, I have to figure out what sorts of weapons I want to use here because, you know what? Let's go steel sword and steel armor. Oh, God. Freaking boars. This is what I mean. I wish that that enemies would be prevented from spawning in between two fences. Alright, let's see. We'll take those. That, and that. Switch to the bow, and then that way we can equip the lantern. We'll switch to the steel pick. We'll put on the steel armor. The stone pick can go in storage, so can the bow. The rusty axe I'm not 100% sure about. Arrows can go in. Health potions we'll use. There we go. The attack stat is melee only? Time is convoluted? Well, that sucks. In that case, I guess we'll just have to, just have to stick with melee weapons for a while. Now, however, we should have everything we need in order to be able to safely do a little bit more mining. And the steel pick, notice, is there we go. The steel pick is somewhat faster to use. And should now also enable us to get through the bedrock where the gold ore is located. Yes, indeed. And there it is. How are we doing on inventory? 84 out of 125, okay.
Thank you.
Ah, and there's the lava,
Thank you, dearly.
which we don't want to touch. Breakfast, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Great to see you, friend. I hope you're well. We now also have access to a much more concentrated deposit of iron. Oh, good. So we're going to put another point or so into attack. Oh, right! I forgot there's a separate attack stat for ranged weapons. Hey, Echo! Well, that level up couldn't have come at a better time, because now we've got plenty of stamina for getting back to the surface. How you doing, Echo Drop? Good to see you. I have to say, I also appreciate the rate at which the character's health dynamically changes as you change your equip burden. And I'm going to put the Dragon Blood away for the moment. However, we're gonna rest. We're gonna add more fuel to the kitchen. Collect our yummy pie. Welcome back, Monotone. Jesus, Monotone, I'm so sorry. That's a day when you can't catch a break. Oh, yeah, Lord Louise. I guess it's only meant for PC. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Well, let's make more bread. Gold. We've got now enough iron that we can start making some steel, which is very much what we want. Add a little bit of fuel. Oh, and I'd better heal up. You know what? We'll bring some hamburgers and some pie. Matter of fact, we'll heal up first, even. Ah! There we go. Oh, hang in there, Monotone. I'm sure you'll do okay on the exam. The car is definitely going to be a little more annoying. here's some gold. Oh, geez, that sure is a golem. I'm glad I have that armor. Oh, look, a diamond. Cool. How are we doing on space? We are nearly ready to head back up. Alright. Up we go.
Thank you. Yes. Sincerely.
Carla, welcome back! Thank you so much for the resub. Great to see you. I will take that worm blood, thank you. Carla, how are you doing? I hope you're well. Alright, there's more iron. There's more gold. Sorry to hear that, Carla. Speedy recovery to you. I hope you're feeling better soon. Alright, and now, time for some steel. Throw in a little more wood. All right, Alex, have a good meal. Okay. You know what? Take that, Spoder. And Shadowcat. Not this time. Now I'm not afraid. I am, however, going to rest. There we are. Yes, you should, Lord Luis. It's always a good time for lunch. There we go. And now... what else can we make that might be useful? Ah, we need just one more silk in order to get this recurved bow. You know what, and actually... I think we might need... where the heck is the anvil? Oh, we need an iron bar for the anvil. Because I need a place where we can repair items. Hello, Aging Young Rebel. Welcome! Yes, Rebel, that's the plan. We are going to be doing more co-op. Oh, the seagull is not an interactable. Okay. We don't have nearly enough gold, however. Really? We can't cut a tree with a sword? Okay. I thought we could. You know what? Let's make a shield, though. Oh, we can make a trap, too. How about that? And a boomerang, but it's one use. That's not normally how boomerangs work, but... It always has Time is Convoluted, but I'm pretty sure it's only the PC versions that have multiplayer. I don't think the console version ever did or ever will. And I think actually I might have asked the developer about it on Steam. And I believe he actually explained to me that, if I'm remembering this correctly, I've talked to him about a few things, but I think I've asked him about multiplayer, and I believe the reply was that, he couldn't make it happen on consoles because of the much more convoluted and annoying online systems that consoles use for matchmaking. Which is a damn shame, but at least it's available on PC. Yeah, no kidding, Rebel. Believe me, I know that feeling. Lots of gold and steel here. Sheesh, right when I run out of inventory space, too. Wouldn't you know it? Alright, fine. Well, we're just gonna head back up. We're gonna eat all our pie along the way, and we're probably also gonna eat all our hamburgers when we start using health. Hey, Haretsu, welcome! Yeah, you probably remember this game. I played it a while ago. We've got enough burgers, I think, to get us back to the surface. Yep, we sure do. And we can offload some of our materials a little early here. There we go. And now we've got plenty of gold. And we're gonna rest and restore that stamina. Now we're gonna grab a few more pies and a few more burgers. Here's our material. Now I think... Yep, we should have enough. Perfect! I feel this is the beginning of many lucrative trades between us. Oh, well... Oh. I have to put the markets here. Well, that's not helpful. So this means I'm going to have to dismantle the workshop. Oh, all right. Right, I guess I'll save those skill points then. Take this coin purse. You'll need it to store coins for buying and selling. I recommend buying a super pack as soon as you can. They are a real lifesaver. Yeah, no kidding, they are. This, however, is going to present a problem. So what we're going to need to do here is rebuild one of those. And rebuild one of those. See if we can fit them in between without... There we go. You know what I'm craving? Some cheese. Nothing is quite as delicious. I could upgrade the kitchen to make cheese and cook new recipes for 5 wood and 5 steel bars. Yeah, I do believe I'd like you to do that. Looks like you have everything I need. Let's get this kitchen upgraded. Try out some of the new recipes. It almost feels civilized. One thing every miner needs is a good minecart and rail system. Ores are heavy, and having a way to easily transport them to the storehouse would be amazing. Okay. Hey, Mantis Man, welcome! Good to see you! I'm doing alright, thanks. How about you? What do we need? 1 minecart and 12 rails. Okay. There we are. At the market, you can sell goods to get coins, which you can use to buy other goods. The market sometimes gets new stock, too, so if you can't get what you want or they run out of inventory, check back later. All right. Oh, cool. We have a fair few apples, so we can possibly sell a few of those. Should be getting some new stock soon. Apple seeds. Oh, you know what? Yeah, we'll hold off on buying anything that isn't sustainable until, until we have the ability to make a little more money. Oh, and now we can just buy this stuff. Cool. Super pack is $250. Yeah, you know what? We can sell some fence. Oh, and we can do a little bit more convenient crafting by using the merchant to buy materials. Okay, so now we can get that super pack, which doubles our... Oh, right. Get rid of the backpack. Then we can go to our, Glad to hear that, Mantis Man. It's about time you finally got a little bit of time to relax. Yeah, and that gives us drastically more carry capacity. And let's see about this kitchen. Ah, yeah, he wanted some cheese, didn't he? Well, we have just enough boar's milk. Look at this, we've got cheese and wheat. That's apparently all we need to make pizza, even though the pizza looks as though it has pepperoni on it. But I guess we could just be making pepperoni out of boar's meat. Because, I mean, it is traditionally pork. I guess I'll put the fence right here. Oh, good! Convoluted, I'm glad. Much appreciated, Mantis Man. I would be grateful for you to update me. Thank you. Alright, let's make a little more steel. And... now that we're properly equipped, we can not only go worm hunting... Ooh! But we can also... look at this! 2 gold bars and a couple of diamonds. We can also, do much more efficient mining. And we're also going to want to craft the mine car and the rails. Not that we're ever going to use them. We're just making them to show them to the miner. And go, hey, yeah, look, we made them! Don't really have a use for them. It's a lot more trouble than it's worth to lay down minecart tracks and try to carry ores out of the underground area. However... now... Ah, yes, this is the little Halloween zone. I forgot about this place. I believe that it is not possible to kill the ghosts here, but... Oh, God. But that fire boar could possibly have something I want. There we are. Got him! Yes, he does. Those tusks are what I want. Yeah, he was very spicy, Carla. Let's see, how are we doing? Yeah, alright, good. We've got plenty of inventory space left for nom-noms. Such as these. Of course, I'd better start heading back up to the surface before I, before I incur any more, equip load penalty. Fortunately, I have plenty of stamina refilling items, and I've got that dragon blood if I absolutely... Oh, hey, look at that! And now I'm gonna have more dragon blood. Ha, you know it, Carla. I bet you wouldn't even need a fire to cook that boar. Look at that, we even made it back to the storehouse without running out of stamina. Grab one more hamburger with which to heal ourselves. Grab those. We'll make some more iron. We'll make some more gold. You know, and if memory serves, I think some of the craftable items are worth more than the value of their ingredients. So we'll have to see what we can make, but... Oh, look at that. Cheeseburgers. We'll make a whole bunch of bread. Some pie. cheeseburger. Grab that. More hamburgers. Well, time is convoluted. You'd think the value of labor would be pretty high in this situation, considering... that without labor we would all be dead. Welcome back, Alex. Hamburgers are only 35? Really? Pie is 21. But hang on, how much is steak? And before I forget, we need an anvil. We need... oh, iron ore for the rails. Okay. We're not even processing the ore into iron, we're just using it raw? Okay, one mine cart. You know what? This farm needs some livestock. How about capturing some boars with a net? I'll add a pen for 2 pigs and 8 wood. 2 pigs and 8 wood. Okay, well, for the pigs, we're going to have to buy them. I mean, we could capture boars too, but... a little easier to do that. Sell some apples. The berries, I think we might be better off... we might be better off crafting those. Right, as for the net, I think we have to make that using the workshop, right? No? Maybe we have to buy it from the weapon shop. Ah, yes, Alex, they are used for certain crafting recipes. There we go, okay. Alright, we'll put the anvil here, I guess. Oh, okay, we need steel bars to repair this stuff. Fair enough. Alright, well, let's go pay the alchemist a visit and see... Matter of fact, I think... Hey, idiot. Over here. Okay. Almost. Okay. Well, we got our second pig one way or the other. Welcome back, breakfast. Now, aren't those the fattest and juiciest looking pigs you've ever seen? I love how we, we transform a boar into a pig. By capturing it. You want to build more pens? Use the pen blueprint. Okay, cool. Also, milking pigs, huh? Oh, we don't have enough poo. We need more poo. There we are. All right, alchemist. Let me see that shadow fur. It appears to exist between the world of the spirits and the world of the living. I have to research it further, but I can easily turn it into a shadow cape that will hide you from normal eyes. I added the recipe to the laboratory. That fire tusk, what kind of creature did you get it from? It seems to resonate with the rusty axe. Perhaps that is the magical ingredient we are looking for. I've done it. I wonder who made this ancient axe and how old it is. If you want to make more, I added the recipe to the lab. Need more dragon blood. Bring me 2 live worms and we'll have an endless supply to experiment with. Okay, capture a worm with a net if it was heavily wounded, but you must catch it alive. Okay. Let's make 3 more of these. One of these. Oh, and we need, shadow fur, let's see. I'm not sure what the enchantment on the enchanted shield is. I think it's just more defense. Oh, Jesus, Echo Drop, stop! But I could definitely get the ingredients for that. The ancient axe. Oh yeah, the ancient axe is no joke. What we're gonna do, though, is we're gonna make a bunch of attack potions. Wait. Why am I... Why did I auto-equip the ancient axe? Okay. Oh, look. It's a shadow cat. Come here. I'm not gonna hurt you, I just want your fur. Also, hang on. There should be a... I thought there was an option somewhere to, Oh, I know why, because I'm using the X button rather than the actual attack with your equipped weapon button. The X button attacks with the weapon that has the highest power, whereas the square button attacks with the weapon you actually have equipped. Pixelated Cheddar, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Much appreciated. Great to see you. There we are. Oh. All right. Blasted spiders. All right, where's that shadow cat? It ran off. But I'm not letting him get away. He might have gotten away. Hey, Aratos, welcome. Good to see you. You interested in seeing the rest of the world? How about building a dock? I'll build it for you if you give me 500 coins, 20 wood, 5 cloth, and 5 nets. Okay. I think these are the hunter just leaving arrows all over the place. Alright. It eventually does, Convoluted, but, if you keep it engaged in combat, it can't run away from you. I mean, unless it outspeeds you, but... And you know what? Let's get a Shadow Cape. Hey, Miros, welcome! So there I was, shivering and alone on the dark mountainside when I saw firelight and heard laughter. It sounded so companionable. So you came down to make friends with us. Of course not, and I certainly wasn't hunting boars to try to impress you, not at all. Simply wanted to expand my hunting range. Like to know more about this place and whether there's anything beyond this island. There's other islands out there to the east. I've seen them from high in the mountains. Think we could get there? Not sure. The coast on that end is treacherous, plus those islands look plenty strange to me. Might be dangerous. So you're saying we should just be content with the way things are? Saying we don't need to go borrowing trouble when life is already hard. Incidentally, I happen to be aware that up on top of this mountain oh god, is a Yeti who is kind of a dick. And I might need a shield to fight him. There's also a dragon on the eastern side of the mountains, which is even more of a dick. Might be able to, Alex, but first I want to see if I can... Oh, no. I'm pretty sure he tracks me, so the only way I'm going to get through there probably is, when he's not looking. Alright. We can add some poo. To the fields. And let's grab our potions, lest I forget to use these. We need the nets. And now let's go see what we can sell. The fertilizer, bizarrely, is 18. It's more expensive. They're willing to pay more for pig shit than they are for any of the raw ingredients for food, which is kind of sad. Jack-o'-lantern is a material. Interesting. Closed for the night. Oh, figures. Alright, what did we need? 20 wood. Oh, we need cloth. And let's craft the recurve bow as well. I could have sworn we were able to sell these, but I guess not. There we go. That's better. Grab a cheeseburger. A couple more hamburgers. That shadow cape. Although I think that might... I believe that occupies the back slot. Yes, it does. But it does indeed make us invisible. Incidentally, let's see how much steak sells for, because boar meat is very easy to come by, and if it's significantly pricier than... yeah, okay. It's double the price of meat. And wheat sells for 4. Bread sells for 11. Hamburgers sell for 35. A hamburger, I believe, uses 1 bread and 1 meat. So that's 18. No worries, Denim, it happens. No, a hamburger uses 2 bread. So that's 22 plus 7 is 29. And hamburgers sell for 35. Yeah, steak is the better option for making money. No, Alex, it does not. Don't have enough points to increase attack. That's fine. I will in one more level. Unfortunately, due to the effect that the cape has on my equip burden, or rather how much it reduces it when I put the cape on, I'm not sure how practical the cape is actually going to be. Alright, there we go. Oh, we need more fuel. Ultimately, I believe it ends up being that making and selling ice cream is the most profitable venture. I suppose I could also... increases the sell cost of items. I could also put points into bargaining. And actually, the earlier I do that, probably the better off I'm going to be, because the more I'll be able to take advantage of it. So let's do that and then see... how we're looking in terms of... Okay, that's 18. Hamburgers now sell for 44. Yeah, actually, that's not bad. Tree seeds are a fair bit. Hamburgers are also a fair bit. What we can do then is grab that cloth. Grab those nets, and now I think we can build the dock. Excellent, let's get this dock built. Hey, Miscreant, welcome! Barack, welcome as well! Yeah, you know me. I can't resist games with cooking systems. Once you build a boat at the dock house, you'll be ready to travel across the sea. Actually, I think at the dock we can craft nets. Yes, we can, out of cloth. We can make cloth out of cotton. So let me just check to see... Yes, cotton seeds. We need those. And we'll grab some sugar seeds whenever possible as well. That's a little bit more money. Noticed a wolf pup hanging around our settlement. He seems lonely. Doesn't he have a pack? They must have left him behind. With 3 nets, 3 traps, and 6 meat, we may be able to tame him? Wow, okay. Yeah, okay, the attack potions sell for 44, but we need to find somebody to sell them to. Yeah, Haretsu, which is what I intend to do after a while, because you end up needing quite a lot of money. Freaking rats, get out of my grain. Okay, we need a diamond and dragon's blood. Great. Get worm. Now what do I do with it? Incredible. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, alright. We can use it as a familiar. Totally forgot that was possible. Feed... Ah, yes, right. We have to feed it, either animals or coal. You know what? Let's unequip him for now. There we go. We got 2 worms. Excellent. Stand back while I work my magic. Behold my brilliant invention, the worm pen. It's more than just a pen, it's an endless supply of dragon blood. Must experiment more on the worms. What do they eat? Why do they give dragon blood? You must feed the worms in the worm pen to find out more about their evolution. Okay. No, I don't want to feed it my chicken. I want to feed it coal. And then I want to feed this one some coal. And then I think once these are,
Thank you.
There we go. There we go. Mortifero, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. Good to see you. I knew it. The worms metamorphose into baby dragons. But then why are there so few adult dragons in this land? I believe there is a dragon lair somewhere in the mountain. If you find it, summon me. Perhaps some of these secrets can be discovered there. Doink. Alright, I think the dragon lair is over here. There we are. Summon Alchemist. Ah, an adult dragon. Let's see what she has to say. I can translate for you with a simple spell. Who are you to awaken me from my slumber? I am a seeker of truth and magic. Tell me, why are there so few dragons left in this world? Because the old ones left. They too were seekers of truth and magic, and they betrayed my kind. Then perhaps we can help you. All we ask for in return is knowledge. You think you can help? Then prove it. If you can hatch and bring me 5 baby dragons, then we will talk. Otherwise, be gone. All right. Well, here goes the alchemist. Blast it! I didn't mean to do that. You know, and actually... show blueprints we want off. Man, these fences are totally pointless. They don't do crap to keep enemies out. I met a few traders by the dock and got some cotton seeds. Very good. This place is starting to feel like home, ain't it? How about giving the place a name? Use this here nameplate to change the name of the island. Thank you. The pen, we can now produce meat and milk. Manage and remove existing crops of the barn. Okay, very good. Alright, well, I need 3 more worms. They're usually pretty easy to find if you dig vertically. That's right, Haretsu, and I'm looking forward to it, because if we have a dragon, especially if we have an adult dragon, we can ride it. It will enable us to fly, which will make combat an awful lot simpler, because we'll be able to attack enemies from the air where they can't reach us, but we'll also be able to cross bodies of water, and to a limited extent we'll be able to reach areas that are high above us, although regular adult dragons have a relatively low, I'm going to call it a service ceiling. Seen any worms, but I think if we rest... Oh, how about that? Damn it, I didn't mean it... I keep forgetting to use the square button rather than the X button. Immediately attacked by 6 different monsters. Immediately. All right. Use nameplate. Well, considering this is the island where we first started, there's only one correct choice. And now to, withdraw more pie. And find more worms, hopefully. Yes, indeed. Damn it! Worms like to move horizontally, so usually if you dig down far enough to find a horizontal worm tunnel, you run into them eventually. Yeah, kind of like this. And we might as well get some mining done while we're at it. But we are nearly at our limit. Yep. Well, okay. Back to the surface then, I guess. Man, all this ore and so little time. Yeah, Haretsu, I'm definitely in need of the iron, but I'm not really actually down here looking for iron. I'm down here looking for worm larvae. Oh, you know what? Let's rest. Fuel that up. And now that we have some just regular old iron ore, we can complete that quest. And I guess we need 5 of those. You built a minecart and rails? Perfect, let's place them right away. Here, I placed the minecart in a small rail system. You can expand it and move rails using a crowbar to pry them up. Great, okay. Okay, let's see what we can do with this pup. Well done, he seems to trust you completely. You have a loyal companion now. You can have the tame wolf follow you by using the familiar slot in your equipment menu. There he is. Now, if memory serves... Yes, indeed. And you all know what that means. Now, I believe he just eats meat. Oh, Schnoofy's not hungry. Okay. The cool thing about Schnoofy is that he can attack enemies, and they can't attack him. Okay, we need... Nine cloth. A few more nets. And there, we've got a boat. Isn't it a beautiful day for sailing? I don't know what's out there, but I mean to find out before I return. Bring back some good things to eat. Don't get involved with anything too dangerous. You're going the wrong way. The secrets are all off to the east, says the alchemist. Riding a vehicle or animal, you can see details about what you're riding and feed or fuel it. Cool. And we can just put the boat in our pocket. And yeah, we can also store stuff on the boat, which is handy as well. Okay, Alex, have a good one. Oh boy, what a helpful rail system. Okay. Got some iron bars going. We can sell one cotton seed. Holy hell, cotton seeds sell for a lot. I just realized that. Those we don't need. This. Okay, good. The nameplate does retain whatever name was on it. You know what? We'll buy one more diamond because those are used for crafting. And not only that, but they are used for crafting a couple of things that we might want in the short term. And you know what? I think pizza might be a good thing to sell. I believe that was fairly valuable, so let's do that. And then... let's plant some cotton. Right there. Oh god! Look at all these boars! Behold my brilliant oh, right. Right, now we can make an enchanted shield. Let me just double check. The kite shield has a defense of 1. And a weight of 6. The enchanted shield has a defense of 3. Ooh, lower stamina cost for movement, you say, huh? Oh, and we need some eggs for the speed potion. That's definitely going to be helpful. And I want... Alright, Schnoofy, you can, damn it! I was about to say you can just soften him up a little bit, but... I think maybe Schnoofy can hang out at the farm for now, because he's actually a little too powerful. What do we got? We don't have... I was hoping we'd be able to buy a steel helmet, but for some reason we can't. Grab those. We'll use this. That's more stamina. There we go. And that will help out a lot in terms of endurance management. Man, look at the hunter out here protecting us from these rats. Meanwhile, we're overrun by boars. Now, let me just put this fence here. Maybe that will at least help keep the boars away from the hut. Depends on what type of pet it was, Echo Drop. If it was something that could be described by the adjective Schnoofy, then yes, I would name it Schnoofy, like if it were a dog. But only if it were a dog that could be described as schnoofy. If it were like a Schlorpy dog, I might name it Schlorpy. Or if it were a Yappy dog, I would probably just name it Yappy. But then again, I wouldn't be caught dead owning a Yappy dog, because I hate Yappy dogs. Ah! I didn't tell you you could leave. Get back here. Ah! Ugh. You know, there is an easier way of doing this. There we go. What, Echo Drop? You've never heard of a descriptive naming convention before? I'm sure you have. Listen, man. Some dogs just have a big, long, schnoofy nose. And they're schnoofy dogs. They go schnoof. Then there are dogs like French bulldogs and English bulldogs that have big, floppy, slobbery jowls, and they go schlorp. And those are Schlorpy dogs. And I know I don't need to tell you what Yappy dogs are, because... Damn it. Yeah, a child, Echo Drop, not a pet. You don't give your pets normal people names like Steve or Robert. You give them names that suit their personality or their appearance. Hey, Waltz Queen. I mean, you can. But for the most part, people who are going to name a pet just name their pet something befitting of the pet's personality or its appearance. Alright, let me go drop this stuff off. Yeah, Darton, Huskies are like that. They're drama queens, those dogs. Adorable, though. I do like Huskies. You know, why am I carrying around 2 weapons? There we go. Aha! Yep, that's most dogs, Darton. They do not like being cooped up. Especially huskies. Alright, let me get a couple more borders. And then we can go... deal with the alchemist. Go. And there's our third and fourth baby dragons.
Thanks for that.
Oh, Echo Drop. Jesus Christ, man. Thank you very much for the Tier 1 gift sub to Mayonnaise Tea. If you were trying to gross me out, you freaking succeeded, you bastard. But thank you. There's one in every community. All right. Not quite what I meant, Echo Drop, no. But I'll let that one simmer. Alright. Now we should be able to... Oh, goodness sake. Yeah, this is a pretty good weapon. You've done it? Perhaps there is yet hope for my race. Excellent, so you'll tell us the secrets of magic? Unfortunately, I do not know the secrets you seek. The old ones created us, and they built this lair to raise us. However, answers may lie on the islands to the east. Return to this lair when you are ready, and I will fly you there. Ah! And now we got... Damn it! Now we can equip this dragon as our familiar. And... oh, did we just lose our baby dragons? I guess we did. There we go. And now... Oh, this is so much more convenient. Now we don't have to worry. All right, Denim, have a good one. Now we can... Actually, let's see if we can reach the snowman. No, we can't. And we repair it, or heal it, rather, with blood gems, and then rations are literally just coal, or steak, or livestock. I do appreciate, however, that this dragon can carry a fair amount of weight. Alright, so I want to get some eggs, which means I'm going to want to build a pen. Actually, yeah, boars are no problem now. Hello, Stephen Ellis. Welcome. Okay. I keep accidentally eating all my pie. That I want. And this I want. And at this point, I'm pretty confident I have the best equipment that I can possibly acquire at this point. That was a bit redundant, I realize. We could also use a crowbar. Yeah, Fu Manchu, you can thank Echo Drop for that. He really loves anything with mayonnaise. Alright, we've cleared out as much inventory as we possibly can for the time being. Now we've got 8 eggs. You know what? We'll grab a chicken. And we'll grab a cow. Oh, okay. Okay. I thought we might have, for some reason, had the advanced kitchen upgrade. I love how if you use the dragon's fire breath to kill a boar, instead of becoming raw meat, the boar just becomes steak. There we are. Okay. Ah, I forgot to take the seeds. You know what? We're going to take the last level of bargaining. And we're going to take 1 level of sight. No, you know what? We're going to take some max stamina and max health. Now we're going to rest. And we are going to... Pizza is still only 45. Huh. Okay, well... At this point, I think it's fairly safe to say that we can subsist on dragon blood. Yeah, you know, I'm up to my armpits in wood. We can double our money with that. The gold we are going to need later for crafting. quite what I intended, but... Well, let's feed our new friend here. What I was thinking to do was, sheesh. I was thinking that I would, build a pen. There we go. Oh, okay. I guess we can only fit one animal in each of these pens. I must have been thinking of the worm pen that could overlap. Right, that can go there. Chicken can go in there. And then a cow can go in there for a little more milk. Well, Yami, I don't know what to tell you, man. Alright, cow can go in there. Now we can finally begin making a little progress. Although first, let me just... Let's make some steak. And some bread. Yeah, they're not great, Yami. I can't say that I'm a fan of the damn things. Okay. Okay, yeah, now the steak is a little bit better. It's 18. Echo Drop, not only can you not adjust the volume, you can't play them full screen. And you can't choose which portion of them you want to watch. Like, there's no progress bar to click on. Either that, Echo Drop, or the dragon's high on stakes. God, that's a lot of steak. Yeah, there really is, Fu Manchu. It's almost like they were in a rush to set the feature live so that they could spam it with ads. Yeah, they've had a while and they've done nothing, Echo Drop. They're just as bad as any other software developer that rushes a product to market without properly testing it, just so that they can get it to market. And I mean, it's not like they're even implementing any feedback on it, and I'm sure they've gotten plenty. Nah, not YouTube, Fu Manchu. Google would never stoop to that. Alright, let's grab all that stuff. Fuel back up. Now, there we go. Oh, an ultra pack, you say? Don't mind if I do. 2,500, but well bloody worth the price. There we are. And there's our speed potions. You know what? It bothers me that Schnoofy is a little bit hungry. So let's feed him. Ah. Schnoofy can go back in. There we go. Now we've got some movement speed. We'll take out the dragon blood because I will be pretty much exclusively using that for healing from now on. And There we are. Okay, now to sell this pack. And let's make some steak. Actually, pizza is probably a better value proposition because it requires less in the way of expensive raw ingredients. Well, Yummy, you gotta start somewhere. I stared at an audience of 0 for the first year or so. You just gotta keep at it. Gotta be persistent. Can't let it get you down. Basically, get used to talking to an empty room. Yeah, Echo Drop, I have to wonder if it's a coincidence or if the developer actually did that level of research. Let's make some pizza. And let's see how much omelets sell for while we're at it. And now, it occurs to me that what we can do... We can take this steak, we can ride the dragon, and we can put the steak in the dragon's inventory so that he has onboard fuel, which we don't have to carry. And let's put some fertilizer in the field here. Alright, how much does this stuff sell for? Pizza is 45. Aha! Omelets are 68. And omelets don't require any processing. So let's see. Meat and cheese. And eggs, which we've got plenty of. Alright, excellent. Because we're going to need some money if we head west. I don't think so much if we head east, but... pretty sure that cake and candy apples are fairly profitable as well. There we go. Still no helmets. Well, Yami, I mean, are you going to make dinner yourself, or are you looking for recommendations for a restaurant? Well, Haretsu, at the very least, whatever kind of burger you're making is definitely not going to be the shape of a traditional burger. Homemade. Well, Yami, what's your budget? And what ingredients do you have lying around? I mean, I imagine at the very least you've got stuff like noodles and eggs and maybe some pork belly, some soy sauce, that sort of thing. Sesame oil. Yami, you might want to be careful about your wording there. You're making it sound like you're looking for a restaurant that serves dog. Or maybe that was your intent. Alright. Yes, this will make mining much easier. Hi, Shersha. Good to see you. Hope you're doing okay. Oh, that sure is a golem. Oh, hey, gold ore. No worries, good to see you, Shersha. Just revisiting an old game that I enjoyed enough to actually replay it, which is unusual. There we go. Oh yeah, Shersha, I heard through work. Ooh, a diamond. Depending on where you live, Yami, maybe. How are we doing on inventory? Okay, we're doing fine. If I remember correctly, there's some other stuff buried down here, too. Like other, discrete areas, but... I don't remember exactly where they are. I know there's a bunch with, or there's one in particular that's filled with golems. which drop advanced materials, but there we go. Man, maybe I should go for some mining speed next. There, we want that. That's good. Boy, I feel like I'm on the verge of depleting half of this island's natural resources. Jeez, Shersha. Yeah, Yami, your dinner plan. What were you telling me, Yami? Did you have any of those ingredients on hand? Like, what are we working with? You don't want ice cream, but you want something cold. How about a sandwich? Okay, well, Yami, if you want something cold, I recommend a sandwich. Or a salad of some kind, you know? Something nice and light. Make some caprese. Make some cucumber salad. Like just diced cucumbers and fresh cherry tomatoes cut in half. And then toss that with a little bit of extra virgin olive oil, or sesame oil if you prefer that. Throw in some scallions, maybe a little bit of parsley. Clover to a crushed garlic. Iced cappuccino, there's an idea, Stephen Ellis. No, it's not, Yami. There's nothing sad about it if it's a substantial enough sandwich. Look, more dragon blood. Well, there you go, Yami. You've got a few suggestions. Freaking golems. Well, it's fine. They drop good materials. You know, Mantis Man, maybe it's just me, but I prefer butter lettuce. The stuff that's often hydroponically grown. Because, you know, a lot less risk of contamination. If I'm going to have lettuce on something, I want it to have some flavor. So I like butter lettuce, and preferably like red leaf butter lettuce. What, Shersha? mean, I don't mind Remain or Iceberg, but butter lettuce is really convenient because you just get ahead of it, the hydroponics stuff, and you just pick leaves off of it. With romaine and iceberg, you've got to break them down and wash them, and they're just, you know, they're a little more work. Bloody hell, Shersha, of course you'd suggest mayonnaise. Well, I have to say, I am pleased that the speed of our mining is now considerably faster. Yeah, but you know, I should be... Oh! Should grab that. Should be heading back up now. There we are. And grab some steel, make some gold. Yeah, no kidding, Famine. You'd think that it would at least increase your equip burden over time. Oh, you're avoiding animal protein, aren't you, Mortiferu? That's understandable. You know, Shersha, never mind upsetting me. That's just a crime against food. Not that I know of, Fontes, but I wanted to give the PC version a try, and I enjoyed it enough the first time to be willing to explain it again. To play it again. I'm trying to catch up on chat, and I'm channeling Shersha. Well, Shersha, I mean, I can understand his being a little bit confused. Oh, you do, Mortiferu, okay. I just found it interesting that your meal didn't seem to include any. Oh, your poor dad, Shersha. I mean, I understand him being baffled, because I'd be baffled too at the concept of not eating meat. But that's me. There we go. Now we've got a few raw materials. That we can come back and use. And plenty of steak, but we gotta heal up a little bit. One omelet. Yeah, Yami, wrong country. I don't think Buddhism is really big in Pakistan, Yami. It's mostly Islam. Mostly, if not exclusively. Oh, that sounds good, Mortiferu. Don't take it personally, Shersha. Yami's just getting old. By the time he's my age, he won't even remember what country he lives in. Sometimes I barely do. Oh, is that what it symbolizes, Shersha? Okay. I learned something today. All right. Well, let's head to the next island. All right, Yami, that works. What have we here? Can I not pick stuff up? Oh, I guess you must need a boat to pick stuff up. You know what? I guess we could go back and get the boat. Oh, okay, Mortiferu. That's good. I've got some pre-portioned stuff myself. I just put a bunch of homemade curry in the freezer, along with some chicken that I had separated. All right, let's see if I can... Oh, you know what? I don't need to have that lantern on. Yeah, okay, you do need the boat to pick stuff up. Okay, I guess that's everything. Yeah, Mortiferu, I understand not wanting to use oil, but what you can do instead of oil, Mortiferu, is you can use marinades. Like, you can marinate things in fruit juice and herbs. And when I say fruit juice, I mean, it doesn't have to be sweet fruit. You can do, like, lime juice and vegetable stock or meat stock as a marinade. And then you can throw in fresh herbs or whatever other flavorings or seasonings you like. Oh, go ahead and link it in chat, Shersha, if you want. Well, Echo Drop, but he's trying to avoid fat and oil. Oh god, Shersha, it's your dog with some kind of gun, isn't it? I just know that's what it is. Oh, hey. It's a seafarer on a raft. Let's see, Shersha. Echo Drop, I'm not telling you you're not allowed to say it. I'm just saying, knowing that might or might not be any help to, Rachel! Hello and welcome! Thank you so much for the raid! Aw. Yeah, I knew it, Shersha. I knew it. Aw, thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome. So good to see you. Gramps! Welcome in, everyone. Guys, I gave Rachel a shout out earlier during the stream. Rachel, we were actually talking a little bit about user experience and game development because this game happens to have a lot of really good accessibility features and options that really modify the experience and give you a tremendous amount of control over how the game functions and how it interacts with the... Oh, Gossamer, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Great to see you, Gossamer. Thank you so much for stopping in. And thank you, Mods, for the shout out to Rachel. We got to talking, Rachel, about how a very close friend of mine is involved in UI, or UX rather, and I told people to go check you out if they want to learn more about that, and if they want to be taught the PhD course on Elden Ring lore, and just generally that you're an awesome person, because you are. So guys, go check Rachel out, and no matter what you're interested in, be it game development, be it Elden Ring lore, be it any sorts of topics, you'll learn tons over at her streams. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm so happy to see you. It's so great to have you. And I really appreciate your thinking to come on over here and show us some love. Gossamer, did Twitch not give you the notification about the stream? It frequently doesn't do that. I'm really sorry about that. I do my best to send notifications out, but despite my best efforts, Twitch sometimes will just go, nah, I'm not telling anyone. No problem. Go have a good walk with Cooper, Rachel, and I'm guessing you're going to be playing Tears of the Kingdom a little bit later. So enjoy that. Maybe I'll come back and re-raid you if you're streaming Tears of the Kingdom by the time I'm wrapping up. I'll just bring the raid right back home. That's fantastic. I really hope you enjoy it. I know tons of people have been waiting on Tears of the Kingdom with much anticipation. But yes, go take care of yourself, go have a good walk, go pet Schnoofy Boy for me, and maybe we'll see you a little later. Go on and share them, Shersha. Feel free. Yeah, see you soon, Rachel. Take care. Catch you in a little bit. And Shersha, thank you for the doggo pics. She is a cute little Schnoofy girl, isn't she? Well, for anyone arriving with the raid who does not know me, my name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. Occasionally, I even manage to play them well. And in a game like this, there's not really a lot of pressure. This is definitely not an Elden Ring sort of game where there's tons of get good. It's not really that. This is a really interesting game. This game is called Aground, and it began as a browser game. I believe it was, it started off on Newgrounds and a couple of other web-based sources, and then it eventually was kickstarted to release as a full-fledged game on Steam and on consoles. Well, yeah, Gossamer, you know how FromSoft games work. There isn't really an awful lot of get good in this game. This game is more... It's not so hardcore on the settlement building as a game like Terraria, but there's a fair amount of settlement building, there's a fair amount of crafting. There is a combat system, and as you can see, I've somewhat sequence broken things. We were supposed to take a boat to get here, but I instead flew here on a dragon because I went a different direction than I was expected to. Shersha, I keep telling you I'm ready to send you maple syrup, and you're like, nah, don't do it till I move. I can send you maple syrup anytime, Shersha. And you hardly force the tangents about food on me. I'm perfectly happy to engage in those tangents on my own, with or without anyone's encouragement. Finally back on land again. You look like you just arrived, too. That pelican. Just... Don't mind her. That's just Polly's way of saying hello. Hope you don't mind a bit of seawater on your boots. So have you been to this island before? Sure have. This island's called Sunset Haven, and it has more survivors than any other island I've seen. Also, what's this dude eating? Makes sense, too, as it is where the main ship crashed. But watch yourself. I've heard some bad rumors about Sunset Haven lately. Oh, it looks like he's eating chunks of fish off a knife. Well, Shersha, let me know. Well, no, Gossamer. It's what the New Englanders and the Canadians do best, as you well know. But, I still have parents who live in New England, and am always happy to arrange for them to send friends some local maple syrup at my expense. And as Shersha lives in Pakistan, which is not exactly known for its maple trees, he and I had been discussing supplying him with some maple syrup. But he keeps telling me he's not ready for it. Yeah, I mean, I've heard really good things about Pakistani mangoes, Shersha. I've heard you guys grow the best mangoes anywhere in the world. I don't think I've ever had mangoes from Pakistan, but someday I'd like to. It was a while ago, Shersha. A big emotional load to receive maple syrup? I mean, maple syrup is kind of a specialty good outside of the areas where it's produced. My cat Perry ran away from me again. You think you could help me find her? Oh, I think we need to get fish. I think she's trying to avoid sailing. Not a fan of the water. Yeah, most cats aren't. If you help me out, I'll teach you what I know of fishing. Fisherman wants you to find his cat who likes toothfish. Well, okay. Awesome, thanks. Here's a spare fishing rod. Talk to me if you want tips. Toothfish are Perry's favorite food. Maybe you can tempt her with some of those. Well, I'm pretty sure we have some. Does our dragon have those? Oh, you know, I don't think he does because... I think they ended up on the boat. Yes, they did. can't talk. Let's see. Enter warehouse. Oh, right. This generator is completely screwed. It's totally fried. This is awful. What happened? The Miros tried to reroute the power and almost blew the whole thing up. Expecting us to clean up after their failed experiments. Gah! I don't even have any titanium left, so there's no way to repair it. Mechanic needs titanium to fix the power plant. Okay. Never find any more titanium. It's hopeless. Yup, totally hopeless. Can't believe the power plant isn't working. How can I do business like this? Right, fix the power plant. Would it really be hard to explain, Shersha? Would your parents have that much trouble with a couple of gallons of maple syrup arriving from a Western country? Like, would that genuinely be a problem for them? Welcome to the Golden Key, finest and only room and board this side of the desert. So this is an inn. Do you get many people through here? Fair few come through Sunset Haven, exploring, trading, and looking for a place to call home. But if we don't get power back soon, who knows if anyone will stay? I can't tell you how many times I've been tempted to go and give those Miros a piece of my mind. Shersha, they're protective of you receiving maple syrup? Oh, Carla, I've never had kangaroo, so I don't know what sorts of ingredients would go well with it. I imagine it's probably pretty lean, right? I mean, what about onions, scallions, any of that? Well, Shersha, but what if you told them that you're receiving gifts from a friend? Like, what if you told them in advance, hey, a friend of mine is going to send me some maple syrup from a Western country? Oh, hey, there's that shady merchant dude.
Hey kid, you want some rare goods? You can't buy these anywhere else.
Oh, hey, look, titanium. That's handy. And a jetpack for 16,000. My God, the prices on these. Really, Shersha? It sounds like you're worried about the questions your parents would ask, so I won't press you any further, but... Well, Echo Drop, it sounds like that's the case. Yeah, Shersha, it sounds complicated. Don't worry about it. There appears to be more to it than is probably best for us to discuss here, so another time. Well, let me know, Shersha. Once you're in Canada, I will arrange for some to be sent to you. Alright, Afraid we can't let you stay here until the power comes back on. Okay, well... Oh, but it does still advance the time of day. Alright, well... Wow, I didn't expect you to really come back with some titanium. I mean... That sketchy dude over there hooked me up. I mean, what? Who? Thanks, now I can get this fixed up in no time. Back in business, we can use coal or refined oil to power the plant. You can also make a battery here. Take this scrap metal from the repair as thanks for the titanium. Oh, good. Cool. And we actually have to get some fuel. You know what? Right beneath our feet. There we go. Wonderful, the power's back. No thanks to those darn Miros. I can't believe we all still pay them dues to keep the technology running around here. Not only do they fry the power plant, they can't be bothered to come around and fix it. Can't you just stop paying them? I can't leave the inn, but if someone would go to the desert and confront them about it, maybe we could back out of this unfair arrangement. Negotiate with the Miros. Okay. All right, Shersha. Thank you for stopping in. Have a good school. I'm strong. Think you could scare them off? Oh, defeat the bandits. Okay. Yeah, I'll defeat the bandits. Okay, so we've got weapons. And a map. There we go. I'll grab the clock. Okay, yeah, not bad. This, what do we have here? Oh, it's an ore merchant. Gotcha. Yeah, you know what? I think coal is the way to go. Sulfur and steel. Okay, well... Here, kitty kitty. She snatched the toothfish, but she's too fast. Give her a toothfish, yes. She didn't bolt away so fast this time. Come here, Perry. That's a good girl. There we go. Oh, she loves it. One cat successfully captured. Hey, you found my cat. Thanks, man. Sheesh, looks like you completely won her over. I bet she'd be happier with you. Why don't you... Wow, well, okay. Fishing is all about timing. Use your fishing rod at the end of the dock and then hit A when there's something on the line. Too soon or too late and you'll lose the catch. It says wait for it. The fish needs more coaxing. Wait till it says pull now, then hit A again. Some fish are more difficult to catch and require more keys. Keep an eye on the tooltip. Hit the key it shows. Okay. All right, well... Perry can hang out in the warehouse for now. And I think we should be able to... It's our lucky day. Our prey came walking right up to us. Things are great since we ran away from those Miros and their nasty experiments. Oh, alright, well... Get fried, losers. Oh, there's one left. Okay. Oh, he can just keep blocking it, huh? Okay, well... Alright, this I think should heal us. I hear the main ship crashed around here somewhere. How did you survive without life pods? That's exactly our problem. The Miros saved us. They did some unbelievable last-minute enhancements and protected an entire sector from obliteration, so we're in their debt. But now they've destroyed our power, and they're letting strange creatures loose to wreak havoc. I've even heard that some folk have gone missing in the desert where the Miros were last seen. They expect us to put up with all this and even pay dues to them? It's become too much. Well, he won't block it for much longer, Fontes. Wherever the hell he went. Oh, there he is. Okay, well. Rip that loser, I guess. You actually beat the bandits. Please take this gift as a token of our appreciation. Oh, we got a coin purse. And a level up. Yeah, you know what? Mining speed would be handy. Okay, yeah, you know what? All this crap the bandits dropped, that we can get rid of. Now that we finally have power again, I wish we had some new machinery to play with. If you help me get a factory set up, we can manufacture all sorts of things. A factory, eh? Coal, sulfur, and quartz. I'm fairly sure we can buy most of that. Oh yes, that mining speed. And there's the sulfur. Yeah, no kidding, Fontes. Just out there tanking everything. Oh, and there's a chest with the titanium that we could have just not had to buy. You know... The quartz, I guess we can just buy. What did we need? 4? 4, I think. This'll be awesome. Finally a new project. Yeah. There we go. Now we can refine materials and build drills, chainsaws, shotguns, and other cool stuff. And I can put this crap away. There we go. I mean, I can buy guns from the shop already, but... Did I not already? Yeah, okay. I have the clock. I guess now I have the map. Whoops. Alright, that would be good for mining, but we need silicon and some steel. Ah, yes, the good old chainsaw. Titanium armor, huh? Headlamp. Landmines, jeez. Tents. Chests. Ah, okay. These are, I believe these are backer items. Because these were not normally available in the Steam version, or the console version of the game. Okay, well, the drill would be pretty helpful for mining. Don't you know what time it is? I'm sure whatever you need can wait till morning. Maybe I'll hold off on the titanium. You know what? It's going to be very difficult to get otherwise. And what I can do is... I can fly over to the other island. There are more survivors here than I expected. Yeah, but it's not enough. If we're to survive as a species, we need to join up with other colonies. You think they made it? I'm sure they're out there. We just need a way to find and reach them. If we're attacked on the way, then at least we tried. I'm not going to sit here clammed up on this planet just because it feels safe for the moment. Use a sulfur and a steel bar to make a battery at the power plant. You can recharge them there too. Add a battery to inventory to power your equipment. Right. But there's an easier way to get batteries. Oh, that sure is broken. Well, that's fine, because... what we can now do is... we can make some silicon. Where the heck is that drill? Okay, and we need steel bars. That's easy enough. We've just got to make a little supply run. Well, Carla, you've got carrots and... tomato paste. You could add some celery. But other than that, maybe you don't want to go too nuts. Maybe that's good. It is missing onions, though, I note. What have we here? Now that you have items spread across multiple islands, wouldn't it be nice to be able to transfer them from storehouse to storehouse? With my new shipping service, you can, for a small fee. Which item would you like to ship out? Oh, okay. 0.2 coins per weight. Huh. Ship items from here. Okay, well that will simplify things considerably. Ha! All right, Carla, that's fair. Yeah, you know, hot peppers wouldn't be bad if you're interested in the heat. Lord Luis has a good suggestion there. All right. You know, honestly, we've got better manufacturing facilities on the other islands, so... Sunset Haven, there we go. Well, we do need a little bit of money. Ah, we're doing okay on ingredients, though. So what we can do... They've been rebuilding technology? Yeah, Sunset Haven has power and industrial equipment. But the folks there aren't too happy with the Miros who set it all up. The Miros survived? You know them? Unfortunately, we were part of the same research group back home studying genetics. After the attack, they started doing awful stuff like human experimentation. I could no longer work with them. Hey, we should rebuild some technology here too. If they can do it, why not us? Yeah, why not us? What are we doing sitting around here living in wood huts? Oh yeah, Carla, that's true. Upgrade to mud. We're already pretty much living in mud huts, Enarf. Mud and wood and straw. Yeah, Lord Louise has good advice there. Dried hot peppers are a little bit more reliable, but their heat will be more concentrated. Well, Hinarf, I mean, if you've got enough land that you can safely dig up that amount of dirt and mix it with water, nothing's stopping you. You don't really need too much in the way of tools to build a mud hut, that's for sure. Alright, let's get some omelets going. And that'll be some more money for us as well. Well, Hinarf, if you're looking for a little bit of guidance on what to do and how to go about it, there are a whole bunch of YouTube channels that specialize in exactly that type of content. They'll show you the process of building mud dwellings or clay dwellings and show you what sorts of soil to use and what the different procedures are. Check them out, because, yeah, you could build something really cool. Fuel. Now for some omelets. Well, Grunt Tamer, that's probably part of where George Lucas got the inspiration for those dwellings. And I mean, it makes sense. On a planet that's entirely desert, that's what you'd have to work with. Worth asking, warrior. Worst they can tell you is no. But Grunt Tamer, I think what we're talking about here is just straight up hand-shaped, hand-formed mud. Hello, Giggle. I'm doing all right, thanks. How about you? Oh, yeah, that's a good way to ensure quality, Carla, is to get them from a source you trust. Just go easy, Carla, because the dried ones are no joke. You're a functioning adult? Congrats, Giggle. I've been struggling to maintain that status for many years myself. It's a constant challenge. Alright, let's make some bread. Omelet requires regular raw meat, so we won't use that for steak. I'm glad to be streaming again, Giggle. I missed it, and I missed my community. I missed you guys. Ah, nice, Carla. That's how you know you're getting the good stuff. I wouldn't have it any other way. Like, if I'm making an entire pot of curry, I'll throw in just a pinch of, Boot Jalokia powder or one dried, bird's eye chili, and that'll give it just the right amount of heat. There we go. There's some real money. Now... Now we fly this stuff over to the other island. Oh, anxiety will definitely do that to you, Mortiferu. Hang in there, man. I'm sorry to hear it's so stressful. But once it's over and done with, you'll feel a lot better. Oh, and then there's the whirlpool, which I think is only there at night. Yeah, Lord Louise, Japanese curry is not spicy. They don't like their curry very spicy. Alright, now we can drop off all this stuff at the warehouse. Boy, we could really use some streetlights in this town is what we could use. We'll buy out the titanium. All right, and now screw it, we'll just buy a little bit of sulfur. Because now we can buy a drill. And we can buy some titanium armor. And it sure would be handy to have a headlamp. We could also get a helmet, but... Oh, gotcha, Mortiferu. Listen, Mortiferu, as an occupational therapist, I recommend that you look into exercises you can do after your surgery. Ask your doctor. Ask your doctor what alternative exercises you can do until you've made a full recovery. Because that will help you stay active, and it will ensure that you don't lapse. Actually, we can sell that chest. We don't need that. I mean, credit where it's due, the steel armor lasted a fair while. And the great armor is much improved with no additional weight. There we go. That drill... This we can sell as well. Oh, these sell for a decent bit of cash. That's good, Mortiferro. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, definitely get some advice from your doctor on what you can safely do. Because as long as you have something that you can safely do, that will help you stay active. There we go, and this is what I want next. And with the headlamp, we should... Yeah, okay. The headlamp is not a, not an omnidirectional source of light, but it does free up our hands so that we can use the shield. And to think I spent all this money on titanium. Right, there's quartz here, that's good. Oh, this really does consume, battery power fairly quickly. Although the drill doesn't have durability, fortunately. There's just treasure buried all over here. Oh, okay, Mortiferro, that's a decent solution. Alright, we'll just eat some dragon blood. Well, Carla, it's more that the power determines how long you can use it, but the weapon won't break if you run out of power. That's the important bit. And actually, I can put the lantern back now. Notice you've been doing a lot of mining. Wouldn't it be convenient to have a contraption to help you haul everything back to the surface? Oh, okay. An elevator, alright. I guess the ancient axe has to be re-enchanted and not repaired. We'll just buy the remainder of the steel we need. Alright. Going up, or should I say down? Yeah, very, very funny. Okay, well... Hooray for a stupid amount of coal. This will at least keep the power plant going. And I'm gonna need it because I'm about to run out of battery power. There we are. Recharge batteries. Oh, Odessa, let me have a quick look for you. I don't have a recipe that I personally use, because I don't make it on anything like a regular basis, but... Let me find you one that looks good here. Ah, okay. Well, there you go, then. Try that one, Odessa. Oh, we need to sell those chests. Yeah, same for me, Carla. It's not something I eat, really, ever. It's a pain to make. If I were going to get it, I'd get it from a bakery, but I'm not a big fan of poppy seeds, so... And yeah, Mortefero, I can appreciate that. I'm not normally the biggest fan of public transit either. Yeah, you're doing the right thing, Odessa. If it's something your mom likes, definitely feel free to make it for her. I really hope she enjoys it. I hope the recipe helps. Little while ago, Carla, huh? I'm debating whether or not it would be a good idea to buy a gun. I think it would be pretty handy because the axe that I have right now is Oh, okay, Odessa. That explains why she likes it. I gotcha. question is which gun to get. I feel like... The revolver is probably going to be a little more economical. And it will give me better range. Yeah. Oh, right. Oh, that's an interesting one, Mortiferu. There we go. Hello, Killer Chokill. Welcome. Alright. Mind you, we might not even end up needing that gun because... what we can probably do instead is... Yeah. Yes, indeed. There we go. And there's the colony ship, or what's left of it. Come on. There we are. Alright, he can wait there. Well, Yummy, because I didn't know how or where. Now I do. Alright, let's see. I'm not sure I want to put away that axe. Not just yet, anyway. Hey, PS2 girl, welcome! Good to see you! Alright, the dragon can just wait there for the time being. Oh, God, okay. Oh, and... Right, hang on. Wait, what's going on here? Mantis Man, as far as I know, PS2 Girl doesn't stream. But thank you for the shout-out. I didn't think so, PS2 Girl. Odessa, let's see. Okay, I mean, yeah, this looks reasonably authentic. I think you might be confused, Mantis Man, yes. Man, this is the silliest. Oh dear. Oh, I'm out of bullets. Cool. Yeah, I knew this was a bad idea. Alright, well, at least there's enough oil here to, keep the power plant supplied for a good long time. Oh, yummy. Leave poor Mantis Man alone. Oh, God. Cool, uranium. Oh, and titanium now. Alright, time to go back to town, I guess. Jeez. Okay. There we go. Now we don't have to worry about the... Wait a minute, does this mean we can put the dragon in the power plant to power the power plant? Am I understanding that correctly? You know, and actually... Sugar seeds, that's what we want, and rice. And for our poor dragon... Wait a minute, how the hell does this even work? A pig is worth 300 fuel, but a chicken is worth 500? What? Well, it's stylistic, Erevan, but yeah. So the chickens are bigger than the pigs, I guess. Well... I guess, Mantis Man. Alright, let's see. So a steak is 125. Steak is actually the most economical way of feeding these. I was a fool to spend money on, livestock. What I should be doing, though, just because... I should disable that. So that way, the steak will go directly into my inventory. Now, out of curiosity... Oh my god, you're kidding. He does power the power plant. That is incredible. And also ridiculous. We can't leave him to that fate. We can't. There we go. It does, Eravon, yes. But I mean, small wonder that it should. Why does he have to fly in the air while he's doing that, though? He could just sit on the ground. And breathe fire into the turbine. No need for him to waste energy flying. Alright, well, the revolver can go. And I guess, Mantis Man. I guess we'll, gather up the last of the coal. Actually, if I remember correctly, I believe the dragon does eat coal. But I'm not sure how economical that is. Ugh. Yeah, it's interesting that the possibility exists, Eravon. Alright. I don't remember how much nutrition coal actually gives a dragon, but we can go back and check. Tell you what, that mining drill is pretty helpful. Alright, let's see. Oh, coal is also 125. So actually, coal is the cheapest. I just wasted a bunch of money feeding him pigs and chickens. When I should have just been giving him coal. Well, that's fine. I don't know, I like to think that coal is something along the lines of popcorn for a dragon. Look at all this freaking titanium. Just buried in treasure chests. Why? No, Eravon, the underground does not regenerate resources, but there are places that you can go that do.
Thank you.
Zaris, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Great to see you. I'm doing all right, thanks. How about yourself? Are you well? I hope so. There we go. We'll load him up with coal. Well, no, Eravon, because there are ways that you can manufacture coal. And there are instanced areas that you can usually access somewhere through the underground.
Thanks for that.
Oh, Zaris, thank you so much for the gift sub to Eravon. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly, Zaris. I'm glad you're doing okay other than work. I'm sorry work is really stressful. Hang in there, man. If you need to message me after the stream or anything, you're welcome to. Let's go for the recharge. We can sell these chests. Well, I mean it, Zaris. If it would be any help, you're always welcome to message me. You know where to find me. Pretty sure that most of the rest of what's down here is sulfur and iron and that kind of thing. Oh, whoops. Didn't want to do that. Alright, I might need to... There we go. That was a little too close. There we go. He can have some more coal. We can recharge our batteries. Frankly, okay, this uses power, I guess. I was gonna say, is there another weapon that we could use here, but I guess not. Because I kinda need... You know what? Actually, I think the, I kinda think the chainsaw might be the way to go for a melee weapon now. Because as good as the rune axe has been... Or the ancient axe, rather. The higher overall attack power is important, not to mention... It deals damage pretty quickly. Also, are we getting apples from coniferous trees? Really? That's a funny coniferous tree there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that wasn't my imagination, Zaris. Well... Let's drill this place out and grab some dragon food. Man, look at all this titanium. Just all over the place down here. Okay. Just makes a little more sense, I think, to leave the dragon right up above and, The only thing is, I just wish I had... I mean, I guess I haven't really been using my shield. I keep forgetting I have it. Oh yeah, Mantis Man, those pineapples, silly me. Sell those. Let's actually try using this shield. jeez. Well, I'm not sure that shield helps an awful lot. And those enemies really move around a little too much. Oh, right, and of course. This is titanium from the ship. But yes, as I recall, this area inside the ship has some stuff that can be... Oh, God. It has some stuff that can be excavated, but I'm playing a dangerous game here. I should probably... Yep, probably leave. Definitely leave. And in fact, definitely stay underground until I'm out of harm's way. There's even a little Legend of Zelda warning chime. Let's recharge those. Actually, I wonder... Oh, it still counts as an obstacle even though I've drilled out the, Okay, well... Yeah, the problem is, when you pack up a vehicle, even if it's a living one, like a dragon, everything in its inventory immediately goes into your inventory, so... I had to improvise a bit. Okay, but now... Now we can fly high enough that none of these guys will be able to reach us. Toast! Okay, there we are. Now, I believe those guys will all eventually respawn, but for the moment, I don't think we have to worry about them. Right, now we can finish digging out the colony ship. Oh. There we are. Okay. Boy, these guys don't mess around. Oh. Oh, the ambush. Guess I better walk around with my shield up now. Jeez. Oh. Okay. Or better yet, leave. Oh, yep, everyone's back. Cool. that's fine. Okay, Mantis Man, have a good lurk. Thank you for hanging out. Pretty much Haretsu at this point. Alright, I'd better heal up. The bullets and shells I think I can just pawn off at the shops. There we go. See, this is actually a decent way to make money, but far from ideal. And actually, those batteries are worth a fair bit too. All right, then.
Thank you.
Oh, Amateur, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Oh, okay, well, I guess if we can reach down far enough to find diamonds, that'll solve our money issues. It's a headlamp, Famine. There we go. Unfortunately, it is not the most convenient for omnidirectional visibility. It has problems with that. Let me go put this stuff away. And then we'll rest. Yeah, they look like a face mask, Famine, don't they? I did not, Amateur. What was your latest bread experiment? I've barely had time to catch up on anything until recently. It's only been just today that I finally finished the absolute last of my tasks for the guide. But as of today, I'm a free man. So I can now catch up on everything that I've been neglecting or missing. But it's going to take me time to do that. Oh, right, and then this, I believe, takes us to the Minotaur Island, doesn't it? Oh. Oh, God. Okay. Okay, you know... Alright, amateur, let's see. Pumpernickel Rye, very cool. Let's see if you were able to get it to rise the way it's supposed to. Oh, wow! Yeah, it looks like you tried a couple of different styles here, but the second attempt definitely looks like it went a little bit better. High percentage of the coarse flour. And the second you use the finer stuff, I'm guessing. They both look pretty good, amateur. Genuinely, for your first attempt, very impressive. Oh, I'm glad we were able to help a little bit, Odessa, and I'm sorry that you've been struggling so much and that things have been so difficult, and for your mother as well. But I'm glad you found some enjoyment from being here. Yeah, it looks like it turned out a little bit better, amateur. But that's how you learn, right?
Well, thanks for that.
Oh, Zaris, thank you so much for the gift sub to Odessa. Really, holy hell, and the 6 months, no less. And here I'd almost forgotten that that was what you were, that's what you've made a name for yourself doing here, is gifting out 6 months of, Tier 1. Thank you. Holy hell, Zaris, seriously, thank you. Well, Odessa, welcome to the Ragtime Lounge, courtesy of Zaris. A delicious brick. Yeah, I bet it was pretty dense, amateur, with that much of the coarse flour. It is definitely a Chad move. One of the Chadliest. That's an accomplishment, amateur, considering the balance of flour you used the first time. But I'm glad it went well. That's the important thing. I have to say, despite the fact that the trees on this planet appear to be the same ones as on Earth, they grow back a hell of a lot faster. That's all you need to say, Odessa. Sometimes you don't need to do anything complicated. Zaris knows you appreciate it. And Zaris also knows that we appreciate him. Ah, I see, Amateur. And what did you think of the results of the experiment? Are you glad you tried it? Because I think it's kind of cool. Good, Amateur. I'm glad to hear that. If you have no regrets, then it was a worthy experiment. I must say, Amateur, I am looking forward to attempt number 3. Because based on what you learned from the first 2, I suspect you're going to get very good results the 3rd time. And you know what they say, after all, the 3rd time is the charm. I also have to say, Amateur, I'm really proud of you for how much you've been branching out with the baking since we first discussed it years ago. I think it was years ago now. It feels like it was. Hey, Neo Shadow, welcome. Well, Amateur, but you were able to develop that recipe as quickly as you were because you now have all of the experience under your belt from making so many other different kinds of bread that you now know the process, the basic process anyway, you're familiar with, and you're familiar enough with it that you understand how everything works and you can adapt it and tweak it. And that's really what the great chefs do, is they'll start with a recipe that is a known quantity, and they'll have enough experience at cooking that they feel comfortable tweaking and adapting and trying new things and experimenting. And that's really what you're doing. You know, you've got a foundation and you're building on that foundation. And that's how new discoveries are made. And in the world of cooking or baking, it's how new recipes are developed. So what you're doing is a good thing. And you and everyone around you will benefit from it. That's good advice, Amateur. Salt balance is surprisingly important in bread. People don't tend to think of bread as having a lot of salt in it, but there's a correct amount. Or I should say a correct range. Oh, there is a little bit of gold down here. Okay. Yeah, Amateur, I suspect probably a lot of recipes undershoot it out of concern for the amount of sodium in the bread. But sometimes you want your bread to have that little bit of extra salt. Not just so that it bakes properly, but for the flavor. For my purposes, if bread needs a little bit of salt, I'll sprinkle a pinch of fleur de sel on top of it, maybe, depending on how I'm serving it, but... While you can certainly add salt later, there is definitely a minimum and a maximum amount that you want when you're baking it. Ah, okay, that makes a certain amount of sense. Ciabatta does tend to have a little more salt in it than the average baguette, maybe. There we go. Oh, God. Well, okay. That should keep him fueled up for a fair while. Hey Nate, welcome! You're back from work and traveled somewhere not home? Where did you travel? Ah, you're really developing your repertoire of recipes, amateur. I'm overjoyed to hear that. Pretty soon, you're actually going to have enough recipes to open your own bakery. And when that happens, I will be even more impressed. Oh, Neo Shadow, olive bread is fantastic. There are few things that go better with bread than some nice Kalamata olives, or even other kinds of olives. You know, black olives, Castelvetrano olives. They all go really well with bread and some extra virgin olive oil and some black pepper and maybe some fresh herbs. All sorts of stuff you can do with it, but... There we go. Oh, excellent, amateur. Yeah, they probably grow it themselves there.
Greetings, undead warrior.
And Shadowk, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Do I have a favorite bread? Or were you asking amateur, Neo? Yeah, specialty flours are really difficult to find, amateur. I have had trouble finding buckwheat flour for certain recipes, and if you're looking for something really unique or ethnic like teff flour, good freaking luck. I remember that, Odessa. I remember you dropped by and informed us of what was going on at the time. I'm really, really sorry. But she sounds to be on her way to recovery, which is the most important thing. But as for me baking bread, Neo Shadow, I don't really bake bread. I've tried a couple of times, and the results were okay, but baking isn't really my favorite way to cook. I like to cook over a charcoal grill. Or, you know, at minimum, indoors on a stove. Yeah, charcoal is my favorite, Odessa. There we go. Okay, let's put this stuff away. And actually... Oh, you bake too, Neo Shadow. Very cool. Yeah, I'm a big fan of focaccia. But I like to get mine already made. Wait, what? There's a weird transition here. Oh, nice, Odessa. Grill deal is fantastic. This could be a problem. Oh, no, okay, we can just go right over it. gonna say, I think, if I remember correctly, if we go into this whirlpool, we end up, teleported someplace very dangerous. Neo Shadow, that is a very solid conclusion, and you're absolutely right. The kind of bread you buy in a plastic bag in the grocery store in America, and even in parts of Europe, it exists here in Germany too, is usually full of sugar. And there is absolutely no reason to be eating that much sugar in your bread of all freaking things. Oh, okay. 2 Yetis? I'll pass, thanks. Yeah, way too much sugar, amateur. Way too much. And it's so difficult to find bread that doesn't have too much. Which is why I tend to get my bread from bakeries that I know don't add unnecessary sugar, rather than at the grocery store. $50-50 ratio of sugar to flour? That's ridiculous, amateur. That's cake. That's not bread. Yup, okay. That is not the direction we wanted to go. I was afraid of that. There's a boat full of bandits. Yeah, that's a lot of sugar even for cake, amateur. It's an absolutely redonkulous amount of sugar. Yeah, you don't need to eat stuff that's filled with tons of sugar, amateur, to get a nice little, fix. Which is a lesson that I fear has been lost on a lot of the companies that just produce bread. The waters east of Sunset Haven have been pretty dangerous lately. I keep finding the wreckage of boats, and some of them were fellow traders. I'm certain it's pirates, but I haven't been able to find them, and they must be packing some serious firepower. If you built a patrol boat and deal with the pirates, all of us seafaring folk would be very grateful. Defeat pirates. You know, I really wish that we could get the pirates' boats. Oh yeah, it definitely does that, amateur. One very good reason to go easy on it. Alright. That's true, Neo Shadow. It does have that effect. Pumpkin sourdough, that's an interesting idea. I don't see why it shouldn't work. Date molasses, that's interesting. I mean, they are a good source of sugar. Where the heck do we build a patrol boat? Oh, we'd probably have to do it at a dock. Aha! Oh, right, we need fuel. Okay, well, let's pack up the boat. I'm pretty sure you can make a missile launcher for a patrol boat too, but... I might have to check the factory for that. Me, this is all I need. A roof over my head, sunshine, and the vast ocean to fish. And you, what's your dream? I'd really like to know if there's a way off this planet. What? Why? Do you have a death wish? Those things have no mercy. I want to know more about them and why things happen the way they did. Echo Drop, would you actually use Oh, God, of course, that was where you were going. Listen, my friend, I saw one firsthand before we launched from Earth. All you need to know is how to avoid them. Actually, let's go to the factory and see if we can make a missile launcher for the patrol boat, because... I guess not. Oh, you make bread with maple syrup. Very good, Odessa. I can understand the appeal of something like that. Ah, pumpkin spice bread. Gotcha, amateur. Yup, it makes sense. I mean, if you're a company that produces flour, it stands to reason that you would have some ideas on what to do with it. Well, amateur, if you're thinking about making like a sweet kind of bread with maple syrup, one thing that I've seen before that might actually work out really well is you could do maple cinnamon bread, like bread with a touch of maple syrup, some cinnamon. You could even, if you wanted, add some cloves or allspice or orange peel, a little bit of nutmeg. Do something kind of with that set of flavors, you know? Echo Drop, yeah, if that's the only kind of maple syrup you've ever had, then you've never tried real maple syrup. Real maple syrup comes usually in a bottle that is very clearly marked real maple syrup. The Aunt Jemima stuff is not real maple syrup, it's synthetic. It's usually a sugar syrup that is artificially flavored. Amateur, let me see if I can find you a recipe that you can work from. Because at this point, I'm sure you can probably figure out on your own where to start, but it always helps to have a starting point. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I've had sourdough pancakes before, amateur. I remember them being pretty good. Yeah, Echo Drop, it does come in grades. The way that maple syrup grading works is there's light amber, medium amber, and dark amber is the simplest way of breaking it down. Light amber is what you would use typically for pancakes. It's the lightest and mildest and generally has the gentlest flavor. You could also use medium amber if you want something a little more robust. Dark amber is typically only used for baking. It's a very, very highly concentrated maple syrup. Echo Drop, let me see if I can find you an example. Let me see. All right. So, Echo Drop, at minimum, at bare minimum, you would be looking for something along these lines in terms of grading. Amateur, as for you... Let me see if I can find... There we go. So, Amateur, there are a few ways you could go about this. But I recommend... you start with something along these lines. There you go. That's an interesting one too, Warrior. Another one you can do, Amateur, is this. That might appeal to you, and... finally, this might appeal. These are all just potential starting points, depending on what end result you're looking for. But that should get you going, at least, and give you some idea of what you might want to do. Any of those recipes that don't already use maple syrup, you can just add some. And of course, you can adjust the other ingredients as well. Ah, interesting, Odessa. I've never seen that type of bread before. Odessa, you said you're Swedish, right? You live in Sweden? My grandfather, on my father's side, was Swedish, and one of his favorite kinds of bread was a very, very, very dark rye. Like, really dark. He would eat it with pickled herring. Herring pickled in vinegar with onions and dill, and I think capers. Yeah, Amateur, like I said, it's really only just a starting point. But it should give you some ideas, at any rate, as to what ingredients would be appropriate. Man, it's lucky for me there are plenty of materials for bullets around here. And we've hit the unminable bedrock again. Boy, with all this mining speed, I have to say the inventory fills up pretty quick. Not that I mind. Only trouble now is I have to get back out. There we go. All right, bullet time, literally. Those can go in storage. God, I hope I have enough ammunition for this. You could Echo Drop? I have a hard time imagining what that would taste like. Well, let's go see if we can get rid of those stupid pirates. You know, even before we do that, I should bring some steel with which to repair the ship. Oh, and actually, this boat has considerably higher cargo capacity. Maybe a little bit Echo Drop, but fenugreek is a very distinct flavor from maple syrup. Grub, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Well, that's one way, Amateur. If I were going to add orange flavor to a recipe, I personally would just use orange zest. That's the simplest and easiest way. You just want to make sure that if you're going to use orange zest, you zest an organic orange. Because oranges that are not organic will have peels covered with wax, whereas organic oranges will not, and you don't want to be eating that wax. It's carcinogenic. Well, I mean, you can get organic oranges at the grocery store, Amateur. But if you've got a friend who does something special with them, very good. Go for it. Well... that was stupid. I'm also really sad that you never get the blueprints for the boats those pirates use. Right, this is the island where You unlock the structure with the pirate's key. Oh, right, there's no power. Oh, look, it's all the stuff the pirates stole. Well, Neo Shadow, I gotta advertise it like it is, you know? People should have fair warning before they find their way in here. Oh, we'd have to build a regular power plant, I guess, huh? Erevan, the reason I'm not taking the crafting materials out of that warehouse is because I need them to build stuff here. We need to build a power plant that can power the advanced lab. Okay, we need some steel and some silicon. Oh, and we need some cable, actually, as well. All right. I love how there's just random crates of pie floating in the bay. Awesome job. The seas are finally safe again. I think this deserves a reward, and I know just what. Follow me to the inn. Hey, Mortimer, the waters are safe from pirates thanks to my friend here. I think you should give them a Medal of Honor and let them stay at the inn for free. Stay here for free? Preposterous. Food and housing isn't cheap in this godforsaken planet. I think you owe it to all of us traders and fishermen. If we had all been killed by pirates, there would be no food, period. Fine, they can stay here for free, but I'm not giving them any medals. Alright, you know what? I'll take it. I finished studying the pirates' base, and it looks like they landed at the crash site of the research bay. I looked through the logs and was able to finish one of the in-progress designs. Oh! Yeah, the teleporters are pretty handy. Alright. Well, first we need plenty of silicon. Oh, right, and we need cables. Ah, and of course we need iron ore for the cables. Alright, we are going to have to load the boat to bring stuff over. And we're going to need the gold as well, and the uranium. Alright. Excellent. Now I just need some ore. Look at that, there's still plenty down here despite my depredations. I have to say, it's probably worth mentioning, I discovered the hard way during my previous playthrough of this game. You do not want to drill through this sand into the ocean from underground, because it will flood the entirety of the underground tunnels and drown the hell out of you. Found that out the hard way once. I better get back to the surface before I come across too many more ores that I will feel obligated to pick up. Well... There we go. Hey, Saiku, welcome! What do you mean still going? This is a short stream for me. There we go. Ah. Alright, that should do. Yeah, Neo Shadow knows. Alright. Actually, we can, I think we can transfer... Yes, excellent. We can transfer stuff from the boat directly into the... storage on the island. Which now means... we can build this... I don't have a favorite tea, Neo Shadow. I like all kinds of different tea. And I don't know that I could pick out a single one as one that I like more than any others, you know? There we go. I love how we can just make nuclear missiles. And just a plain old nuclear generator, no problem. Yeah, Saiku, yes, a nuclear power plant. And now that we have power... we can do all kinds of fun stuff. Oh, how about that? Looks like we can make some space armor. A space helm. Oh, a jet engine upgrade, huh? We have access to bots now. Ah, but we need more uranium for high-tech parts. These are spaceship parts. Laser whip. Look at that. So let's grab a laser drill, a laser gun. Because that space armor is fantastic. There we are. And actually, if I remember correctly, the anti-gravity pack should yeah, maximum weight plus 1,000. So that's what we want. And for the high-tech parts, we just need more uranium, which means... Good night, Odessa! Sleep well! Thank you so much for hanging out! Could be that, amateur. Yeah, I streamed this game a few years ago, Saiku. But I really like it, and I wanted to give it another try on PC, because I streamed the PSN version last time, and the PC version is a little bit more complete. Alright, so I guess it's back to Sunset Haven to get some more uranium. And incidentally... Ah, okay, the laser gun overheats.
Yes.
Zyrek, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. Okay, and there's actually a little progress bar on the gun for its cooldown. I gotcha. Well, a couple more batteries wouldn't hurt, I suppose. And actually, the the light radius from the space helmet is pretty fantastic. Alright, so we're going to sell that. Good to see you too, Zyrek. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. There we go. Oh yes, that visibility is so much better. And the laser drill's pretty good, too. Definitely an improvement. Ah, excellent. And the space armor actually is enough to make us immune to lava. Which is even better. How much defense is this giving us? 6. Not bad at all. And the elevator will now enable us to stay underground longer. But we are running out of power, so we should probably start heading back up. The only problem with the space armor is that, since it is solar powered, it does not work underground. Yeah, Saiku, it's actually pretty similar to the Varia suit. It does protect you from environmental sources of harm. And it generates power in sunlight, but... Tell you what, I also appreciate not having to go through a cutscene every time we want to use the inn. Alright, well, let's go see. Yeah, okay, that's way better. Oh, and the space armor actually is enough to completely cancel the damage from the cyborgs up there. Well, what I need right now are more of those mecha worms. I also really appreciate that the space helmet has a heads-up display. That tells us how much defense the enemies we're fighting have. Oh, and what have we here? Oh, that's right. This is the cave that I think later on becomes a submarine dock. Yes, it is. Yeah, okay. But we can't stay underwater for too long here. Nor do we want to, because we're currently overburdened. We are going to need a fair bit more uranium, I'm afraid. And under the circumstances... Okay, well... Yeah, that ain't gonna work. That will, though. There we are. That's a little better. I can't sell my boat? Come on. Someone around here's got to be in the market for a new boat. Well, Psycho, I think the idea behind the space armor using solar energy is just that it's super advanced and high-tech, and it can generate its own power, essentially, out of thin air. I mean, solar energy isn't technically generating power out of thin air. It's generating power from solar radiation, but... Let me go charge the batteries. Alright, the boat's gonna need some fuel, so we'll leave that there. We've got plenty of fuel for the power plant left in the storage here in town. Alright, so now let's see if we can get a little more uranium. A couple extra batteries don't hurt either. Yes, that's much better. What have we here? Oh, a battery. Great. Oh, cool! Oh boy. Alright, we're actually doing kind of okay on uranium. This sector, I think, is where the mirrors are. The rest of it is... Actually, the rest of it is enemies that I should now be able to handle. These guys don't seem to want to drop uranium, though. They do seem to constantly want to run behind me and attack me from the back, though. Ha! Got him. Tons of items in here. Or at least tons of treasure chests. I am also fairly certain that the enemies in here continuously respawn, so... Okay, Saiku, have a good one. Take care. Alright, let me make sure I've cleared everything. Just run the old exterior collisions here. Jeez, there was a lot. have to come back for some of this stuff. Oh, hello. I'll take that. I think we should be good. There we are. Hello! Civ Sarcast, welcome! This is a pretty cool game. I really enjoy it. I enjoy it so much, in fact, I'm doing a second playthrough of it. I mean, I guess this could end up being a full playthrough. We'll see. And hello, Check-in. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm back to streaming again. I'm finally free of all the other responsibilities. You know, I think I'll hang on to those bandages. Although... we can sell a few of those batteries because we've been getting them like candy. We don't really need that many batteries. Do, however, need all of that uranium. Oh, cool. There was some uranium in a chest. Oh, and a jetpack. Don't mind if I do. Max weight 300. Well, we're going to use that for crafting, so... Oh, good, some landmines, my favorite. Sheesh, I'm going to have to come back here again. I love how the sandstorm parallax layer continues to exist underground. The idea that, yeah, the sandstorm is still going on 50 feet below the surface. $14 chests. Incredible. Alright, well, we'll throw the bullets in here. Sell those. Those. And actually, $225 currently, and with the jetpack it becomes $275. Yeah, I mean, it's not a tremendous amount of height, but... Okay, Sarcast, have a good day at work, or a good night at work, whatever your shift is. Thank you so much for stopping in. Take care of yourself. Well, it rarely, if ever, is a walk in the park check-in. Whether or not it should be, the reality is that it rarely is. Alright, so that place is fully looted. What about the forward compartment? Oh, you know what? Actually, I believe... if memory serves, I believe there is a Diode Wolf companion in this part of the ship. And that would be a really useful companion because the Diode Wolf has stupid attack power. Holy bullets, Batman. Actually, that's ironic. Batman hates bullets. Aha! March 15th, we have been left with no choice but to abandon Earth. Our weapons cannot hurt them and they pursue us with a vengeance. Perhaps on another planet we can finally evade their wrath. June 30th, fleshed out new plan for human augmentation and survivability, including number and type of specimens necessary to achieve our goals. Mr. H has left the research group. That's the hunter, the scientist. August 5th, reached target planet but cannot enter atmosphere safely, and there are not enough life pods. Probability of survival low, even for augmented subjects, no sign of the enemy. September 2nd, hull reinforcement progressing, but survival requires augmentation. Dissidents are protesting the procedure even though their lives depend on it. 26th, can no longer maintain orbit. Many have accepted augmentation and some who wouldn't were launched in the life pods. Hopefully the reinforcement will be enough for the rest. October 4th, emergency reinforcement was largely successful, but estimated number of survivors is far lower than hoped. Even considering life pods we cannot account for. Species viability is now a major concern. With only a few hundred individuals, we cannot survive without drastic intervention, beginning new line of research. November 20th, established basic infrastructure east of crash site, gathering new specimens for experimentation. December 24th, C disapproves of combat research. Instead of preparing for their return and enhance species viability, C wants to return to the stars and search for other survivors. January 6th, C left the lab and made it clear we were no longer welcome in town, moving base of operations into old lab in the remains of Sector 22. Coerced townsfolk to help fund research, also obtain new test subjects, vagabonds and outcasts. Research is progressing again. Ran out of vagabonds, so had to gather test subjects from townsfolk. If viability research is not completed soon, we'll run out of test subjects again. Man, these guys are assholes. Also, Diode Wolf is coming with us. And matter of fact, that rolls off the tongue a little bit better. Alright. Let's go, Robo Schnoofy. There we go. So basically what was going on here is that these two scientists, who are called the Miros, I'm not sure if that's their surname or what the deal is, but they were doing experimentation on humans, which was partly intended for preservation of species, but they didn't exactly ask for people's consent. And they completely threw ethics out the window. Good job, Robo Schnoofy. Way extra features checking. All right, well, wow, those landmines are worth quite a premium, rather distressingly. Actually, we should fuel up the power plant. Right. Drop the bullets in the ship. And now back to get a little bit more uranium. And actually, now that we're here, I think we can we should be able to advance the next portion of the quest. Oh, look who it is! Are you two the Miros? Why have you been tormenting Sunset Haven and creating those strange mutants? You don't understand. We're doing this for the good of everyone. We cannot survive without ultimate weapons. When they come to exterminate the last of us, we'll be ready. The sacrifices made have been necessary. You can't just go around sacrificing people for a future that may never come to be. There are better ways to save everyone. You're determined to work against us. We have no choice but to fight you. I have a feeling your body is just what I need for my new cyborg invention. No, I'm gonna leave. Because I think what we're supposed to do... Because there are multiple outcomes to this quest. If we just walk in there and fight them... I believe we end up killing them and they're gone forever. What we actually need to do is spare them and have them help us with research, because unethical assholes though they may be, they are very accomplished scientists and they have knowledge we need. And they can be convinced to change their ways. Get him, Robo Schnoofy! There we go. That's what I need. Basically amateur, yes. I think what we're supposed to do now, if I'm remembering this right, is we're supposed to go back to town now that we have found the computer terminals with the records of... Now that we've found the computer terminals with the records of what the Miros have been doing, I believe we're supposed to go to town because their daughter is here. Their daughter is the mechanic. There she is, yep. Hey, what's wrong? You look down. I tried asking the Miros to stop harassing everyone, but they won't listen and I don't want to fight them. Good of you to try, but they're stubborn as mules and don't listen to anything except strength. I'm not giving up yet. It's not fair that they can abuse their power like this. Maybe try to learn as much as you can about the Miros. Have you checked out all the areas around their lab? Yes! I have. Are you the C in the Miros lab notes? Were you working with them? No, not exactly. They're my parents. Your parents? If you're their daughter, maybe they'll listen to you. Will you try negotiating with them? Believe me, I've tried. They won't listen to reason. They're too focused on their enhancements and won't even consider other solutions to our problems. We'd need something really powerful to get them to change directions, something that can't be explained with science. The mechanic wants you to find something special to sway the mirror. I believe it's a dragon. But I don't think it's the adult dragon we've got. I believe we need an elder dragon, which we're going to have to go east. In order to get our hands on. let's recharge. This merchant does not have uranium, unfortunately. We could use some quartz, and actually another thing we can use is some refined oil. Hey, nobleman, welcome! I feel like I haven't seen you in ages. But I also haven't seen anyone in ages because I've been working on the Elden Ring guide, which I'm now finally blessedly done with. Alright, let's go for one more load of uranium. And that should be enough for us to be able to create some high-tech parts. This is mostly just generic materials, I guess. What I really need are those mecha worms, because they're the ones that drop uranium. Ah, there we go. I wish there were a faster way of farming uranium at this point, but until we can capture mecha worms, which we're not currently able to do, there is no good way. I believe you need a special type of capture device in order to capture mecha worms. Regular nets won't work, because they just break out of them. Ah, congrats, nobleman! I take it that's Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, I had a feeling. Let's refine that oil. Yeah, the critics say that about every new game, nobleman. I guess all that's really important is that it's good. You know, does it justify the purchase? So at this juncture, I think I'm going to go grab some food. I am getting a little bit hungry. So let's take 10, maybe 15 minutes to grab snacks, drinks if necessary. I'm going to refill my water pitcher, actually, because it's running a little bit low. But yeah, just a quick food break so that I can replenish my energy a little bit and have something to eat before we proceed. I will catch you all in about 10 or 15 minutes. Greetings, everyone. I am back. Thank you all very much for your patience. Alright, let me catch up. Oh, Red! Thank you so much for the raid, Red. It's so good to see you. I'm sorry, I was in the middle of getting some food when you guys arrived. Ah. Oh, I'm sorry I missed the raid. Well, if you're still here... Thank you. I really appreciate it. Guys, if you don't know my friend Red, head on over and check her out. She's super sweet, really fun to hang out with, and, a very, very energetic individual. Hanging out with her almost makes me feel young again. Okay. Well, let's get back to it. Log, you're forever going to be referring to this game as Gourd now, huh? It's the truth, nobleman. Red is still young and energetic and still has a little bit of that lively vigor left in her. Not like this old man right here. Well, Log, the healing flask in Sekiro was made from a gourd. But that's just a thing people used to do in Japan. They would hollow out gourds and turn them into drinking vessels, or vessels for containing liquids. Because, you know, you use what you've got on hand. Booming sound, Echo Drop? There shouldn't have been anything on my end. Might have just been the sound design. Oh, you were doing a bit. I see. I get it, Echo Drop. Very funny. Alright, let me just finish my glass of water here, and then we'll get moving again. All right. No, you're not, Echo Drop. Don't lie. You're not sorry. That's fine, Echo Drop. I'm not asking you to be sorry. I'm just asking you to be better. In what language are we talking about, Log? Or are you talking about a specific type of gourd? Alright, the first thing I need to do, now that I think I have enough uranium to make some high-tech parts, is... I need to go back to the advanced lab. And build a... what was it? An anti-gravity pack, I think. Let me just make sure that I don't need any other materials from here. Oh, that's why I didn't have access to those. Right. They went straight to the freaking warehouse, is why. That would have been handy. There we are. Okay. We should have all the materials we need now. Actually. There we go. Now... we would need some more gold. Well, I suppose that's easy enough to come by. We've got some on Outset Island, I think. And we need one jetpack, which... fortunately... we have. There we are. Yeah, the jetpack, I think, has a fly height of 6. The anti-grav pack has a fly height of 20. And a much higher max weight. There we are. And now... Now we can really go places. Welcome back, Yami. But we can't get all the way up there. Now we can, however, carry an awful lot more than we were able to previously. And while we're at it, well, listen, Yami. Braised pork is fine as long as you're not the one who had to stand over the stove making it. Okay, more gold. And there's no way we're getting our hands on exotic matter on this planet, so... What we could do, though, is we could make the jet engine upgrade. And as a matter of fact, I think we will do that. Because although we do not have access to an airport yet, we should now be able to stash that first of all. Hey, Red, no worries! I'm just happy you're still here. I was AFK getting food. And I was really sad because I thought I'd missed you raiding. I was afraid that you'd raided and then seen that I wasn't here and then just peaced out. And I'm very glad you didn't. Because I wanted to say hi to you! It's so great to see you, Red. How are you doing? Ah, welcome back, Red. How are you doing? I feel like it's been ages since I had a chance to stream, but now that I finally do... Oh, sorry to hear that, Red. The usual stuff, huh? Hang in there. Hope you feel better soon. Other than that, I hope you're doing okay at least, Red. Man, we're able to build teleportation devices. And we don't even have the blueprint for a brick house yet. Oh, ouch, Red. I'm sorry. I hope you didn't hurt yourself somehow. Also, I don't think this farmer has been checking the crops. I think he's been slacking. since last night. You don't remember, being injured in some way or, like, getting hit by something, do you, Red? Nothing that could have caused it. Well, hopefully it's just something as simple as you, slept on your side the wrong way. Either way, hang in there. I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling well. Oh, you know what? And I should have brought the dragon back with us. Yeah, hopefully that's all it is, Red. Well, hang in there. I definitely hope you feel better. Fair enough. Oh, do I not have... I don't. I could have sworn I had some gold bars at this settlement. Apparently not. Well, alright, that's fine. What we can do instead... Yeah, this is a little better. What we can do instead here is... we can dig way down where all the good stuff is. Tons of golems, and somewhere around here, I don't remember exactly where, but I'm pretty sure it was around here somewhere, there's a cave that's filled with golems that all respawn, and you can go in there and just farm golems and get tons of gold and diamonds. I don't remember where it is, but I should think it's probably in the proximity of all the golems. Very well, thank you, Red. This is a game that I streamed a full playthrough of a few years ago, and I enjoyed it enough that I decided I felt like playing it again. That time I played it on PSN. I used my PS5. This time I'm playing the Steam version. Getting high on the mine dust. Believe it or not this time. Although I am rather perplexed that I'm not finding this cave I'm looking for. Although I'm certainly not disappointed to be finding quite so many golems, because these diamonds sell for big bucks. Yeah, I was telling everyone earlier, Red, that I rarely replay games these days, because there are just so few games that I enjoy enough to feel any motivation to play them a second time once I'm done with them. And I think more than anything, that just has to do with the fact that so many of the big-name AAA games that are coming out now are just so uninspired, and they all just borrow from each other to the point that they're creatively bankrupt, and They don't really do anything new or interesting. So I tend to find that I gravitate more toward indie games that are really unique and that are not constrained by a bunch of shareholders who are only interested in making games that will sell rather than in making games that are actually interesting or good. You know, EA keeps making the same FIFA game every year. They're not doing that because it's good. They're doing that because they know people will buy it. Pikmin 4 and A Wonderful Life. Fascinating. I've never played a Pikmin game, although I'm distantly familiar with Pikmin through Smash. Oddly enough, that's my only real frame of reference for Pikmin is Smash. But A Wonderful Life, I think I might have backed A Wonderful Life just to support the developers, but I've never actually played it, because that's the kind of person I am. For better or worse. Oh, did you, Red? Oh, hang on. Maybe I'm thinking of a different game I backed then. I want to say... It's a Wonderful Life. I want to say that was... I'm thinking of a game made by Swery65, or maybe it was Suda51 that I backed, that had a name similar to that. Maybe it wasn't that one then, because it was definitely an original game that he made, and not one... A Good Life! Thank you! That's what it was, Afro. Yes, you can see why I would mix them up. Because I was going to say, this is definitely not a GameCube game I was thinking of. But this is just me being old and senile, so what else is new? Yeah, it's a fairly eclectic game, Red. It's kind of a small-town mystery. You show up and in a small town, you play as a reporter, and there's just weird stuff going on. Red, I just turned 38 a few days ago. I'm pretty old. Honestly, if you're big on farm sims, Red, you'd probably like this game. This game has a lot of settlement building and farming and crafting and mining. It also has combat and a story, which I think is pretty cool. And thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you for the belated happy birthdays. That's very kind of you guys. Thank you, Neo Shadow. Yeah, Nate, I'm basically a couple of years out from needing to go into a home. Well, Red, if you do decide to give it a try, it's called Aground, A-G-R-O-U-N-D, all one word. And it is available on a lot of different platforms, but you'll probably want to play it on Steam. Ha! Thank you, Nate. And thank you as well, Red. Oh, I'm realizing we've got two people in chat I'm addressing as Red. Red XXXOO, thank you for the birthday wishes. Yes, it does have a mod community, actually, and the developer has released a couple of mods for it, or has released previously exclusive content for it as mods. Oops, all Reds, yep. Not that I mind, I like all of you. Yeah, this used to be a browser game. It was playable on Newgrounds. It was playable on a couple of other websites as well that I don't remember. But it eventually ended up getting a Kickstarter campaign for a full release on Steam and consoles. And the campaign succeeded, and they ended up releasing it. So it's now on Steam. It's on PSN. It might be on Xbox Live. But if you're going to play it on Xbox Live, you might as well just play it on Steam. And yeah, there are a whole bunch of both community mods for it and official developer mods. And there's also some DLC. Although, again, the DLC is mostly... I think the DLC is just the backer exclusive items that they ended up releasing much later after the Kickstarter campaign. Yeah, you'd want to get it on Steam, Red. It's pretty cool. I mean, you can see here there's a lot of crafting, and there's an inventory system. There's a pretty cool equipment system, which I really appreciate, and there's the ability to have all sorts of different creatures as familiars. My familiar right now is a sort of a cyborg hound that uses electricity to attack, and he electrocutes enemies and sets them on fire. And he just howled. You can hear him. He makes howling noises every once in a while as well. Yeah, pets are a pretty cool function. It's even more in-depth than Heart Gold or Soul Silver, Red. It's got a lot of complexity to it. Like, you can get pets like Robo Schnoofy here, and you can also get full-on, like, screen-filling dragons and robot dragons and interstellar monsters and ghosts as pets. So it's got a lot going on. Ghost fish, even. You can, Red, and there's even a little, I can probably show it to you. It's on this island. There's a little, Halloween area. Hang on, let me make sure I have inventory space, and we'll go, we'll go have a look. Rest, first of all. It was down here somewhere. I think this is it. Yes, it is. So look at this. They've got a little spooky Halloween area with an evil fire pig and a bunch of jack-o'-lanterns and a ghost just hanging out. Yep. The jack-o'-lanterns, I think, are a decoration. I believe you can, yeah, you can just place them and decorate your settlement. Ha! Ah, Red, Halloween is your favorite holiday, isn't it? Yes, I'm remembering that now. I'm remembering that your search comments in Discord always seem to reference how far away we are from Halloween. Yeah, it's too bad it only comes once a year. Halloween's cool. I mean, I always used to love Halloween as a kid for all of the obvious reasons, but Nowadays, as a decrepit old man, I tend to find that it's the season when Halloween takes place that I appreciate more than the holiday itself. I just love the autumn, you know? I love all the, you know, I mean, I always have. Autumn has always been my favorite season anyway, but I just love when the leaves are changing color and it's nice and cool, and you can go outside in a coat again instead of having to, like, basically walk around half naked all summer because it's so damn hot. Oh, I think this might be, yeah, I think this might be one of the places that I was looking for. Hey, Chopin. Yeah, Red, exactly. And... Alright, let's see. Is this it? Okay, Red, have a good one. Thank you so much for hanging out. It's always good to see you. Have a good dinner, and we'll catch you soon, hopefully. Take care, you. Thank you, Red. We'll catch you hopefully sooner than later. Also, this is not the dungeon that I was hoping it would be. But I think there might... Yes, okay. I'm not sure if that's the actual kitchen that we can normally build. Yeah, Erevan, the dog cannot be attacked. Enemies cannot damage him. Well, this is not the dungeon I was looking for. But these are definitely the resources I was looking for. Plenty of diamonds. And plenty of gold, and we need the gold for crafting, it's not just to sell. Holy diamonds, jeez. We better get to the surface because we are about to run out of energy. Yep, not enough battery power, but that's fine. Phew! Well, that was a little too close for comfort. That we don't need to be a sticky item. That can go in storage. All right. Smelt those. Throw some of those in. Get rid of that chest. Yeah, okay. Because that maxes us out for money. Well, good. That means we can buy a little bit more gold ore. Finally, we're coming out ahead. All right, amateur, have a good night. Take care. Oh boy, this is going to be a while. I really ought to start building some factories and whatnot here, but... You know... Ship the items from, we want to ship them from here. Okay, actually, even before we do that... Okay, we start here. Ship that stuff. Some of these. No, actually, we want the diamonds because those are going to fund this whole operation. Okay, and we are sending those to Divider Island. Wow, that's all it took, huh? Alright, well... let's turn that cotton into something a little more useful. Okay. And let's see if we can capture a couple more worms. Actually, we don't want Schnoofy attacking, so... because if he attacks, he's just going to end up killing it. There we are. Get back here. Man, these guys really don't want to get caught. But I don't have a good way of dealing damage to them without killing them at this point. There we go. Alright, well, first of all... there we go. We'll get those going. And I see another one down here. Get caught, blast it. There we are. Alright, now... raise him into a young dragon, very good. Ah, and we need a fire gem to make an adult dragon. And what we can do with this guy is... we can have him join us as a familiar. Of course, he burns through energy pretty quickly if we do that. And now we've got another adult dragon, which we are going to want. Because the other one is a little ways from here. God, all these spiders. Spiders everywhere. Oh, I forgot to blast it. I forgot to tell Schnoofy not to attack again. I don't see any more worms. We've probably exhausted our supply for the time being. That is not at all what I meant to do. Okay. From here, okay, I guess we don't have an awful lot left here that really needs to go anyplace. Although what we can do while we're waiting is... Ah! Wait a minute. Ah. Ah. Oh, I can... I wish I'd realized that sooner. Shooting them apparently doesn't kill them with this gun. I could have just... Well, you know what? I think, as long as I shoot him head on, this should be pretty close to guaranteed. Yes, there we go. There we go. Put a baby dragon in there. And it looks like we need a little more dragon blood. Well, there it is. Perfect. Oh, and you know what else? Now, we can take out this bastard Yeti who was throwing snowballs at us earlier. Wait, also, where the hell... Why do I have a stone axe? I guess all that can go in. Oh, I see why. Because for some stupid reason... these are set to always go back to my inventory. Oh, God. Those stupid things are over-propagating in my inventory. All right. Off we go, then. And here we are. We should now have... oh, silicon we need. And then, of course, more uranium. So actually, gold and titanium are no longer the problem. It's silicon and uranium. Silicon is easy. Uranium is somewhat more complicated. You know what, though? This little nuclear generator... This could be a really handy source of power for Outset Island, where I don't have any power. Of course, the trouble is, I would then need more uranium. And again, that can go on board the ship. You know what? The dragon can go on board too. Look at that guy over there, still fishing. Wow, that's a lot of toothfish. There we go. Oh, sulfur sells for a fair bit, too. But what I really ought to be doing, I suspect, is... making more coin purses. But for that, apparently I need silk. Well, time for some uranium. I just wish there were a better way to get it. Oh, there's still some gold down here, huh? That's useful. Oh, and there's actually, There's quite a lot of valuable stuff down here, in fact. Oh, and if we go deep enough, we can just mine it here. Well, that makes things quite a bit simpler. Boy, it's not that common though, is it? Well, diamonds are, so at least we won't have any trouble paying for uranium if we end up having to buy it, which we might if I can find a place where it's available. Oh, look at that! We will max mining speed, and we'll go for one level of sight. I'm pretty sure we mine faster now than we move on the surface. Bullets, really? Oh, well. Hope we have enough stamina to make it back. Oh, you know what? It's gonna be close. Oh, you know what? No, it'll be fine because we can just drop all that crap in a chest and then come back and get it. Well, not nearly as much uranium as I was hoping for. And I guess silicon is going to be an issue as well. Although, the quartz to make silicon we can buy from the shop. Right. The quartz we will definitely have to take advantage of, and the gold ore as well. I guess maybe some iron ore, because that's always handy. Sell a few diamonds to make up for that. And... Why do I have all this crap in the patrol boat? And actually, I'm gonna hang on to that chest. Because that thing saved me earlier when I had so much junk in my inventory, I didn't even have room for it. Holy hell, look at all these diamonds. And all this gold. Oh, and there's some uranium. The uranium is what I really need. All the rest of this is nice, but... now I've got enough diamonds to pretty much keep me funded almost indefinitely. That being said, I'd probably better head back up. So at least it's easy enough to find my way back down. Now to go back and grab that chest. 48 diamonds. Well, that's gonna fund me for a while. Now I just need more coins. For which I guess I'm going to have to go make more coin purses. What does it take to build one of these? High-tech parts, steel, silicon, and uranium. Well... right, I can't even sell that chest because I can't hold any more coins. Alright, well... in that case, we're gonna head back to the starting island and... grab some silk, because I think that's the only place we can get silk. What I really should have done was built a couple of pens and put some spiders in there, because they produce silk. Yeah, we only have 3 silk. Come to think of it, isn't there a way, No, I thought for some reason that equipping the clock or using it somehow enabled you to change the time of day, but maybe there's some other way to do that. I think there was a facility you can build later on that lets you do that. Actually, maybe it's possible to buy coin purses. I should check. Let's go have a look. If it is, there aren't any on sale currently. Okay, well... in that case, time to catch some spoders. And actually, while we're waiting for nighttime... oh, look, there was a chest with iron armor and an iron sword in it. And to think I could have found that. Now that I think about it, I want to say that the cave that I was thinking of somewhere around here was surrounded by lava. So maybe it was up here. Aha! maybe this is it. What do we have here? This is definitely not... This is definitely not the area I thought. Well, that's not helpful. I have no recollection of where this place is. Or whether or not it would even be helpful to me at this point. I'm not even sure any of the stuff in there is... gonna be beneficial. Not sure you can get titanium there. Oh, no, you know what? That I wanted to sell. Hey Debler, welcome! I'm doing alright, thanks. Pretty tired, how about you? Ah, that's right, Debler, yes. I imagine that is something that quite a few people are looking forward to. In fact, I have several friends whom I know are. Let's see if we can't catch some spoders. Okay, guess we'll just go craft more nets. Oh right, that's at the dock. Man, I didn't want to catch a rat. Ah, nice, Debler. That's good to hear. I hope you get in plenty of time to enjoy it, then. I have a feeling quite a few people will be doing just that, in fact, so... Speaking of which... When exactly does it come out, Debler? Because I was under the impression that it's out in, like, a couple of hours or somewhere thereabouts. Hey, Dragonab. Yeah, that's not unusual. That's just how it goes around here. You know me. Guess we'll grab some nets. You know it, Neo Shadow. I mean, I was hoping to go to bed fairly soon, but there's also somebody I'm waiting to raid, and she has not yet started streaming. Look at this. Take that. Man, so much cheese. Really ought to start growing sugar. Yeah, look at this. Plenty of eggs, plenty of meat. Not nearly enough cheese. Actually, let's see about some pancakes and some pie. 146 pie. That's what I'm talking about. Grab what's complete already, and... yeah, see, this should be enough for plenty of omelets. But actually, we might be better off with pizza. The omelets will definitely be good for money. Oh, what have we here? And yeah, I kind of feel like maybe money is the more important thing at this point. Well, to eat, Dragon Ab, yeah, but the omelets actually sell for more money than the pizza does, which is my primary consideration here. Although, I am interested to see how much the pancakes bring. $45, that's it? Well, okay. I don't know if you want to be in this world, Dragon Ab. This world kind of sucks. Aliens destroyed Earth, and now they are trying to wipe out humanity after humanity fled to a bunch of different planets on colony ships. Well, I mean, the same could be said for a lot of us, Dragon Ab. Let's go find some spoders. There is one. I hope I have enough nets. These guys just do not want to get caught. Oh, I think I got one. I sure did. Pretty sure I'm out. Oh, look at that! I caught the shadow cat. But I'm pretty sure I need a special kind of net to get an actual panther out of this. Well, might as well feed the cat 27 meat. Guess he lives here now. Hey, KCK, welcome! Ah, that sounds like a good vacation, KCK. Well, Dragonab, aren't most cats? At this point, I'd be better off probably just farming the spiders for the silk. There we go. Okay, that was a shadow cat. No silk. There we go. Just barely. Sheesh. Well, what we can do... Yeah, it seems like it's going to be that way for a lot of people, KCK. Pretty much everybody I know is getting ready to play Tears of the Kingdom. Alright, well, what we can do here is we can put one spoder. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying Armored Core, KCK. Oh, I'm being attacked by something, huh? Okay, Spider is going to go in the pen, and it will produce some silk for us, hopefully, so that then I will have a source of coin purses. Those things we will set to stars. Yeah, same, Neo Shadow. Everyone already seems to be calling it Game of the Year despite it not even being out yet. Which is... I mean... yeah. Ah. Oh, really, Warrior? That I did not hear. But I suppose I shouldn't be terribly surprised. There we go. We'll drop that nuclear generator there. And now we can recharge our batteries on this island. And we can actually now turn that off so that it does not waste fuel. Yeah, Warrior, but that's just Nintendo with any of their IPs. There's nothing unusual about that. Yeah, exactly, Neo Shadow. Nintendo just hates people for playing their games. Yeah, KCK, it does. It really sucks. It sucks that Nintendo hates everyone who supports them. It sucks that they're such a backward company run by such insular old dinosaurs that they would rather alienate their entire fan base than accept and acknowledge the way that people interact with their IPs. Jesus, Warrior. Okay, Nate, have a safe trip home. Okay, well, we're still short silicon and uranium, I guess. Pretty much, Neo Shadow. Oh, I'm not saying otherwise, KCK, but still. For Nintendo to do that is, still pretty aggressive of them. There's no way he's ever going to come up with that amount of money either. I don't know what Nintendo thinks they're going to gain. But I suspect that's not even the point. Well, KCK, and the very fact that Nintendo would go out of their way to send that message just goes to show why they do not deserve your support. 25% of his pay, they're never gonna get that money. Exactly, KCK. He's gonna have the last laugh. He's gonna die before he's even paid them 100,000. Nintendo is just gonna absolutely lose money on that, no matter what they do, and it'll be as much their own fault as anyone else's. Yup, that's how the system works, KCK. Screw the little guy. Well, that ain't gonna stop people from pirating Nintendo's stuff. Artista, people are still gonna continue to do it. They're just not gonna do it where Nintendo can see them. Nintendo will never know how much money they've lost to piracy, because everyone will pirate their crap in secret. Oh, there's some uranium. That's what I'm looking for. Not nearly enough, though. Well, Neo Shadow, depending on what hardware you were using, it's been possible to play Nintendo's games on PC in some form for a long, long time. Nintendo has not been very happy about that, but there's not an awful lot they can do about it, thankfully. which is why they're just lashing out at any random person who happens to be doing something they even remotely don't like. Which is ironic, isn't it, Artista, that the Steam Deck runs Switch games better? Well, Artista, but the last several Switch Pokemon games have been like that. Rushed, unfinished. You know how it is. Well, it was sort of finished, Artista, but it still had a bunch of bugs. Definitely not bugs as serious as the subsequent games. But, yeah, that fact, nobleman, is kind of telling. Well finished is a little too specific, Artista. It's either finished or it's not. Warrior, they lost me when they sued a, group of Pokemon fans for holding a charity event that was Pokemon themed. Never mind fun, nobleman. No goodwill allowed. What even is that? Well, I'm guessing I farmed out all the uranium. Oh, bloody hell, where's my map? Must have ended up in storage somehow. Huh. I don't know about cool, Gamer Composer. There are a few different ways you could interpret me playing for 10 hours. There are definitely a few different ways in which you could see that. Yeah, let me know, Neo Shadow. I'm curious. Oh, okay, Gamer Composer. You're one of the devs of Aground. Well, color me surprised, but also honored. I am happy to have one of the devs for this game here. That's a fairly rare occurrence, and I have to say, I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you. I take it by your username that you composed the music for Aground. Just going out on a limb here, just a guess. Just taking a stab on a hunch. I had a feeling. Well, thank you for stopping in, Gamer Composer. I really appreciate that. It's a pleasure to have you, and you know what? I think I might need... I know what we can do. We can drop off some gold and have the dragon carry it. Then we can make a run back to the inn. It's the most ghetto way of saving a run, but that's how it... Gamer Composer, I have to say, I really like this game, and actually I was telling this to chat earlier, but this is my second time playing it, and that's very unusual for me. I tend to find very few games these days that I feel the motivation to play more than once. I only played Sekiro once, and I actually am one of the writers for the official strategy guides for quite a few of FromSoft's modern games. By modern, I mean, you know, Souls, Bloodborne, not Kingsfield or anything like that, but maybe it's because I've been spoiled on the sorts of games that I've played, but I just... It's so difficult to find games that I enjoy enough or that grip me enough for me to be able to play them more than once, and sometimes even just doing one playthrough of a game is exhausting. And yet, as simple a game as Aground is, in that it isn't, you know, it's not a humongous AAA title. It didn't, as far as I know, have a multi-million-dollar budget, but it began, to my knowledge, as a browser game, you know, on Newgrounds and a bunch of other websites like it. For a game with such humble beginnings, it really has drawn me in a lot more than many high-budget AAA games I've played. And that's saying something. That's a huge accomplishment. I am pretty picky about what I play these days. So the fact that I've enjoyed this as much as I have is something very unusual. Congregate and Armor Games were the other ones. I knew one was Newgrounds. Couldn't for the life of me remember what the others were. Thank you. No, they certainly aren't, Gamer Composer. And, you know, I grew up in the 80s and the 90s with that era of games. The first video games I ever played were on the NES. And, I mean, there were definitely some pretty awful games on the NES. But there were a whole lot of fantastic ones. You know, I grew up playing Dragon Warrior, Mega Man, Final Fantasy, Metroid, Castlevania. Thank you, Gamer Composer. Please do. Like, I've talked a little bit with Daniel. He, I believe, showed up here the first time I played this game. And we chatted a little bit, but I didn't really get to have too much of an exchange with him. But at the time, I remember, I think what I had emphasized to him was how much I appreciate all of the different gameplay options and all the different ways of tweaking and altering and modifying the gameplay experience. Like the stuff in the gameplay options menu in particular, but also some of the UI options as well. The fact that there's just so much customizability, so much control. Or, was it Daniel? Daniel Maetz? Am I getting his name correct? Gamer Composer, I'm probably misremembering his name. It's been a while. The last time I played this game was at least a couple of years ago, I think. David Mallets, that's the one. Yeah, he, I believe, is the one who stopped in the last time. So, well, now we've had 2 out of the 4. So, Snoobox Studios is just the 4 of you, then? Because I did get the impression that it's a fairly small team that made the game, but I didn't realize it was as small as 4. That, I have to say, is very impressive. Oh, okay, gotcha. Gotcha, okay. So Fancy Fish is the developer, then. And Snowbox is... what, a contractor? An outside studio that handled the art? I'm definitely unclear on the details of development. You're freelance, but you worked on the majority of Fancy Fish games. Gotcha. Well, you and I have one of those things in common, in that we are freelance. It's a good way to work. It's nice not to be bound to a single team or studio. One of the things I've always loved about freelance is the independence. Ah, okay, so he collaborated with Fancy Fish as a freelance gig, then. I see. Oh, I do. But you know, I am more than willing to take the downs of freelance over having to report to a supervisor who's constantly breathing down my neck all the time. I am much, much more willing to deal with the trade-offs of self-employment than I am to ever interact with the full-time employment deal where somebody basically owns me. I can't live like that anymore. I can't do it. No kidding, Gamer Composer, and it broke my heart reading the update from David on Steam about how when he was working on Aground 0, which I guess is the spin-off or sequel to this game, it broke my heart to hear that part of his reason for going with a different art style for that game was that people had complained about this one being 2D pixel art. That really hurt me to hear that, because, like, that's one of the things I love about this game. I love the sprite work, I love the environmental details, I love the, just the way that it looks and the way that it plays, and you don't get this kind of experience out of a 3D game, you know? And that's part of the reason why I'm so driven away from a lot of AAA games these days, because they're just really, they're just recombinations of the same ideas and systems where it seems to be only really indie teams now that are doing anything with retro-style pixel graphics like this, you know? Yeah, I have to think it was a vocal minority that was doing the complaining, because I don't know. I've run into a few people like that where I've been streaming games that look like this, or you know, games that were original from that era, right? Like Valkyrie Profile and stuff like that. Games that have, or just re-released NES games, you know, and every now and then, there would be some rando who would show up in chat and be like, "Ooh, how can you play this game? It looks so dated and old." Like, well, you say dated and old, I say nostalgic and charming. I don't know. I'm tempted to think that it's probably younger gamers who've never actually had any exposure to or experience with retro games, like people whose first console was the PS4. Because we're now in the age where there are more and more people whose first console was like a current gen or a previous gen console, and they've never even seen retro games, let alone 8-bit games. I mean, these days the PS2 and maybe even the PS3 qualify as retro consoles, so... Nobleman, I'm dated and old. Well, it takes all kinds, right, Composer? I mean, for every rando who's come in here complaining about pixel graphics and retro games, I also have a handful of viewers in my own community, like regulars of mine, or people I've been seeing in chat for years who are big fans of that. So, I mean, it's not as simple as just saying, oh yeah, all the younger generational gamers are incapable of appreciating retro games. Because obviously some of them do appreciate retro games, which is why I think that it was a vocal minority that put up such a fuss about Aground being 2D pixel style. It just, to me, it's a huge shame that that was enough to make David feel pressured to use a different art style for Aground 0. Because my only complaint about Aground my only meaningful complaint about Aground is that I wish it were longer. I wish there were more content. You know, I wish that there were more game there for me to enjoy. That's my one issue. And, you know, I say issue, but it's not even something I can really be mad at anyone about because, you know, everyone clearly put their whole hearts into making it. And, you know, it's one of those things where I say it's a complaint, but it's really kind of a compliment to the game that I wish there were more of it. Oh, I'm sure it did, Gamer Composer. Believe me, it might not be every person who understands that. I feel like you kind of have to have actually worked on a game industry project of some kind. And I'm not really a game developer. I did some QA for Ska Studios, actually, while they were developing Salt and Sanctuary. So, I have a very, very little bit of experience with game development insofar as my involvement with quality assurance and script advising on Salt and Sanctuary was concerned. But to put things in perspective for you, I literally just today finished my last task on the official strategy guide for Elden Ring. I just submitted my last round of revisions on Book 2 of the Elden Ring strategy guide today. And that, for me, wraps up a 17-month writing project with Future Press for the official strategy guide for Elden Ring. And I could not have chosen my description of that project better than the words you just used to describe Aground. That guide almost broke us. I am clinging onto my sanity by a frayed thread at this point, and I am relieved to finally be done with all of my tasks. Ah, thank you, Composer. I really hope you enjoy Elden Ring. I didn't actually help out with its development other than, you know, submitting a couple of bug reports to Bandai Namco and FromSoft over the course of working on the guide. And it's not really even our job to do that as a publishing company. It's just, you know, it's the courteous thing to do that, you know, they sent us early builds of the game so we could work on the guide. It's only fair that if we run into bugs, we report them. So I've submitted a couple of bug reports, but that's really been the extent of my involvement in the actual development of Elden Ring. I'm just a writer, really, but... Oh, Disco Elysium, Nobleman. That's a whole other conversation, Disco Elysium. I have a little bit of a sense of game development, Composer. At least a little bit more of a sense than I ever did when I was just an end user. And I mean, I turned 38 last week, almost exactly a week ago, on May 4th. And that'll give you some idea of the generation of games that I grew up with. So when I was a kid, you know, when I was like 5, 6, 7 years old, I was playing NES games. Ah, Chase, thank you very much for introducing yourself. I appreciate that. It's definitely a little easier than going by usernames. My name is Franz. Pleasure to meet you, Chase. I really appreciate your stopping by. It's a tremendous pleasure to have you. And thank you for the birthday wishes. I appreciate that. But when I was a kid, I would play the old school games on the NES. You know, I'd play Mega Man 1, Mega Man 2, the original Final Fantasy, the original Dragon Warrior, which was the precursor to the Dragon Quest series. And all I knew, because I played those at my babysitter's house because I was young, you know, and my mother had to work and my father was working at that time, and they couldn't just leave me home at that age, so they sent me to a babysitter whose husband actually had an NES. And, you know, he was a grown man at that point. He was working pretty much every day, but he'd come home and he'd play Dragon Warrior. And it was thanks to him that I got introduced to the NES and to some of those games. And he was the one who explained to me that the console was made in Japan and that most of the games for it were also either made in Japan or licensed out to third-party companies by Nintendo. And at that point in my life, I only had this vague, nebulous concept of, well, Japan is someplace really far away, and it's someplace really different from where I live. And as far as I know, it's the only place anybody makes video games. Of course, at that point, I hadn't heard of the Philips CDI or, you know, the Atari 2600 or any of that. Although, ironically, I ended up finding an Atari console for $5 at a tag sale a number of years later. It may well have saved the industry. Yeah, it was an old Atari. I don't know if it was a 2600, but I remember buying that with some allowance money that I'd saved up, and I bought a copy of that E.T. game that was infamous for like something like 100,000 copies of it ended up in a landfill somewhere because Atari just threw them out because nobody bought them. I got a copy of that game at the same tag sale. Ah, Duck Hunt, Lord Louise, yes. That might have been the one I had, Doob. Yeah, boy, what an enlightening and depressing trip down memory lane that was, huh, Chase? I remember Pong. Doob, the first time I ever played Pong was on one of those Pong tables at a bar. Or I think it might have been in an arcade. But, you know, it was one of those tables where it had a glass top and it had joysticks and there was a screen built into the table. You know the ones I'm talking about. You must remember them if you remember Pong. That was my first experience with Pong. But as a kid, I only had this nebulous concept of where video games came from and of who made them. And it always fascinated me to think about how they were made. Because, you know, I didn't have access to any of the information on how. Because at that time I was living in the United States, and most people in the United States, at least most parents, were, you know, brainwashed into thinking that video games were the devil and that they, you know, turned kids into psycho killers and murderers and all of that stuff. And there are still a fair few people who unfortunately think that. But back when I was a kid, America was going through the whole, like, the satanic panic where Christian moms were freaking out about their kids playing games that were demonic. Oh, God, I ran into that quite a lot at school with some of my friends' parents. And then my parents were just completely anti-video game because they were convinced that it was brain-melting and there was nothing constructive about it. I got the last laugh because now I stream games to support myself. Yeah, the original Pitfall games on the Atari were not bad. I miss arcades, dude. I really, really miss arcades. Yeah, and they didn't really give it unbiased coverage either, Chase. Then again, video games rarely got any kind of unbiased or objective coverage by the mainstream media at that point in time, because everyone was just freaking out about them so much. And what do you know? It turned out that video games were really good for people's mental health. and that they've brought people together and created communities of incredibly close-knit friends and compatriots and contemporaries. I'm sure there's a moral there. In fact, I'm sure there are several. Yeah, Artista, I mean, if I were at a restaurant somewhere and I saw that the restaurant had a Pac-Man arcade machine, I'd throw in a quarter and give it the old college try. You know, I never was very good at Pac-Man, but whole other discussion, Artista. I'm talking about like back in the 90s, Artista, when the only coverage that the media would give video games was basically negative coverage, and how they would cover support groups for kids who were supposedly addicted to video games, who were really just kids who liked video games, but whose parents were freaking out about the fact that their kids wouldn't go play outside and step on nails and get bitten by snakes. Oh, that was the best, Doob. Yeah, and it was always the pizza joints, right? It was always like either the pizza joints or the Burger Kings that would have a really cool arcade cabinet. I remember the pizzeria in the town neighboring my own, because we didn't have our own pizzeria because I lived in such a small town, but the pizzeria in the neighboring town had a Dig Dug arcade cabinet, and there was a Burger King a couple of towns over that had the old Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade cabinet. Space Invaders, Lord Louise. Or Lunar Lander, maybe. That actually sounds more like Lunar Lander. One of my favorite places to hang out when I was a kid was a couple of towns over from where I lived, and it was a hobby shop. It was one guy, this like mafioso Italian dude who ran a shop where he mainly sold models, like plastic models of Gundams and Star Wars spaceships and other stuff like that. But he had like 8 or 9 different arcade cabinets, including Samurai Showdown, interestingly, dude, that you mentioned, Sam Show. And he had a bunch of other stuff in there as well. I think he had one of the TMNT games. He had the X-Men arcade cabinet. He had the Simpsons arcade cabinet. A bunch of, like, classics, you know, real classics. Oh, that sucks, Artista. Yeah, Chase, and I myself worked in the mental health field for a long time. And the population I worked with was children and young adults on the autism spectrum. And one of the most therapeutic things for a lot of those kids was the free time that they got at the end of the day after the program had concluded, where they got to play video games with the other kids and sometimes with the staff. That was probably the most chill and most enjoyable part of the day, not only for the kids, but for us. Ah, Metal Slug. Now there's another classic, dude. I never got to play the Alien vs. Predator one. For whatever reason, none of the arcades I went to seemed to have it. Well, I sort of found my way into that field through the back door. I was referred into that field by my mother, who is an occupational therapist, and it was by a connection of hers that I ended up landing that job. Although I'm glad I did it. It didn't end up being something I could continue doing for a number of reasons, mainly because the company culture changed so much, but... In that line of work, I learned a whole lot about mental health and a whole lot about why video games can be really good for mental health. You know what? I'll get the power line blueprint because I am absolutely up to my armpits in diamonds. Ah, pinball. Yeah, there's something completely unique about pinball. And I think that what's unique about pinball is that it's a physical game. You know, it's not digital like most standard video games are. It's an analog, basically an analog game, really. I mean, there's something weighty and tangible about pinball that I mean, no video game, no standard video game can replicate that. Oh, I've seen all kinds of pinball machines, dude. Yeah, the woman who babysat for me when I was a kid, actually, whose husband introduced me to video games, in their basement, they had a Dolly Parton pinball machine. Of all things, I mean, I guess there are stranger licenses for pinball, but... Yeah, Lord Louise, exactly. Alright, what am I doing here? I'm trying... I need these, that, and these. You grew up with pinball? Yeah, you're, I remember Tiger Electronics. The, supposed competition to the Game Boy. Those things. I remember them because a whole bunch of my friends had them when I was in elementary school. And I later learned that they had, gotten the Tiger Electronics games because they were less expensive than getting a Game Boy. And their parents were on board with the idea of having them play handheld games, but didn't want to splash out on the Game Boy. I remember very distinctly when I was a kid that the original Game Boy, the gray brick, because that was the only one that existed at that time, that's how old I am, was, I believe, $80 US, which is the equivalent of probably a good $200 nowadays in today's money. I remember the Tiger Electronics games very well. They got some interesting licenses too. I remember a girl that I was kind of friends with, but it was more that, like, we were only a grade or two apart, and my mother was friends with her mother, so I would sometimes see her when our mothers would visit each other, and I would go over to her house. But she had a Bugs Bunny Tiger Electronics game, which I thought was fascinating because I'd never seen anything like it before. Your first console was the Game Boy. Yeah, that was my first one that I ever actually owned. And that one was purchased for me by my aunt and uncle for my 12th birthday. My mother was furious But she didn't say anything to them because she couldn't very well say anything to them, but they knew what they were doing. And I was very grateful to them, and I made sure they knew it. Oh, no kidding, Artista. I'm sure there are a whole bunch of licenses for those old things that I've never even seen. Never got to play the Batman Forever one, unfortunately. Chase, you and I must be about the same age. Can I ask, how old are you? Is that all right? Do you mind my asking that? You don't have to answer. But I'm curious, because it seems as though you and I have a lot in common, and quite possibly grew up in the same generation. Okay, yeah, so we are only a few years apart. Oh, no! Oh, yeah, as a kid, it's sometimes difficult to resist the frustration. I haven't, Doob. But it's quite possible that someone else here has. Well, old school hard. When I think old school hard, I think Battletoads. That, to me, is what old school hard evokes. Oh, I need titanium. Oh man, I've never played that Lion King game, but I've heard things. Oh, Lord Louise, Milton Bradley did try to sell some handhelds for a while, but, Oh, yeah, dude. Ghosts and Goblins makes plenty of adults rage. I remember being at arcades and watching some of the older kids and the grown-ups on the Ghosts and Goblins cabinet just absolutely flip out and lose it and, like, storm out of the arcade. But those games were designed as quarter munchers. That design was very deliberate. That was entirely intentional. And it's interesting to think that some of the most infamously difficult games from the classic era were the way that they were purely because of the hardware on which they were released. You know, because they were arcade cabinets and they were designed to just suck the quarters out of your pockets. Honestly, I like the modern arcade model of business a lot better, where you go in, you pay a flat rate for a set amount of time, and during that amount of time, you get to play as much as you want. That's just a much, much better way of doing it. Yeah, Lord Louise, and then the DS. I remember the original DS, the big, heavy one, and how revolutionary it was, and how its battery would only last like an hour and a half. Yeah, Chase, after you've destroyed enough of your expensive personal property, if you're lucky, you eventually learn a little bit of self-control. It's funny you mentioned that, Chase. I had a classmate in elementary school whom I visited him at his house a couple of times, and I discovered, much to my dismay, that his NES controller was covered with bite marks, because that's how angry he would get. I imagine he had a hell of a time explaining that to his dentist. Oh yeah, I bet people were not compelled to buy more than one. Which is, I suppose, understandable. Yeah. I still have mine, actually. I still have my very original Game Boy that my aunt and uncle bought me 26 years ago. And it still works. Although I haven't used it in probably a good 20 years. The Virtual Boy Artista. The thing everyone thought was flash-in-the-pan technology, but that was just way too far ahead of its time. Yeah, that was the Virtual Boy, Doob. And what I remember about the Virtual Boy was that I tried it out once at a Toys R Us because they had a demo of it set up. And all I remember was that the headset hurt my eyes. It was quite painful to use. And I believe I remember comparing the price, and it ended up being, I think, more expensive than an NES, which was the baseline console of that time. So I remember looking at the Virtual Boy and thinking, why would anyone use this? Yeah, the GBA came before the DS, Lord Louise. And then there were like 8 different iterations of the DS. Yeah, I barely remember the Game Boy Micro, Chase. I don't think I ever saw one for sale. Well, at least you've still got a couple of your original consoles. I was advised very early on to hang on to all of my consoles and never get rid of them. And I'm very glad I took that advice. I consider myself very fortunate that I was willing to listen to that advice, because those old consoles are now very, very difficult to find. Oh no! Chase, I hate when that happens. You'd think family members would have a little bit of respect for your personal possessions, but I've lost count of the number of people I've talked to here in chat who have told me the exact same story, that they had all this really cool original stuff, but their parents didn't know what it was, or decided they didn't need it anymore and just threw it out. Oh, he didn't take good care of him, Doob? I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, he threw them out because he was mad at you, Chase? That's terrible. He bought you the PS4, what, to make up for it? I mean, I guess that was some effort made, at least, right? Yeah, Lord Louise, theft was always an issue when it came to expensive stuff like games. You had to be careful who you lent them to, and you sure as hell had to be careful not to bring them to school to lend them to someone, because That was a great way to never see them again. I was always very protective of mine, and I never lent them to people that I didn't know how to get in touch with. Only my very closest friends, of whom I had very few at the time. Oh, gotcha, Chase. Okay, I see. Oh, yeah, Artista, when you live in a country where the first-party stuff is 8 times as expensive as it should be, sometimes you've just got to do the best you can with what you've got. I've heard that's the case in a lot of Central and South American countries. I've heard, in particular, all sorts of things about the bootleg scene in Brazil. I've heard Brazil has one of the craziest bootleg scenes of any of those countries. But I've never seen it with my own eyes, so I can only take others' word for it. They bootlegged Aground? Really? How on earth did you find out about that? Like, somebody went out of their way. I mean, at that point, Chase, it's a compliment that someone enjoyed Aground enough in one of those countries to be willing to bootleg it. Brazil is a league of its own. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Yeah, Lord Louise, I've been given to that understanding. Oh, and was it when you guys first launched Aground that somebody bootlegged it, Chase? Like, did it happen right away? I for some reason, you left me thinking that the bootleg had happened more recently after the game had been out for a while. Was it immediate? Happened in the same month? Wow. Well, I mean, I guess in some ways that's an even bigger compliment because that means somebody down there saw Aground and they were like, yes, we need this. We need to distribute this. This is a good game and people are gonna like it. I mean, it sucks that it ended up getting pirated. I wish you guys had gotten the financial support for that, but for whatever it's worth, it's pretty cool that 3 million player base. That's incredible. Congratulations. Yeah, I guess that's kind of what I was thinking, Artista. Oh, that was before the launch, even. Wow, okay. Oh, Anon, thank you so much for the gift sub to Chase. I really appreciate that. My finger was hovering over the button to do it myself, but you beat me to it. That's incredible. Like, you might like to know for, I mean, I'm only one person, but the first version of this game that I got was the PSN version, and I played that version of the game on the PS5. And the reason I'm playing this version now, Chase, is because I might or might not have kind of sort of bricked my previous save file by you know the alchemist's little dimensional portal that he builds in that underground area on the starting island? At the end of the game, in my original save file on PS5, I might or might not have filled that entire zone with worm pens and filled every worm pen in that zone with mecha worms to farm uranium. And I might or might not have discovered upon doing that, or upon getting about halfway through the process of doing that, that the game does not like loading that many animated objects into one instance. And, that save file just refused to boot from then on. So I might or might not have pushed it a little bit too hard. But this time around, I figured that maybe the PC version, running it on a 3080 Ti and an i9 11900KF, as I currently am, might have a little bit less trouble with that. So I figured I'd give the Steam version a try, and I wanted to mess around with some of the other stuff that didn't get added to the console versions, the mod packs that David just released recently, or I guess relatively recently, with all of the content from the previous for like the Newgrounds content, the tank, and the mini games, and then the backer stuff. And I went out of my way to buy the paid DLC with all of the backer rewards, just because I liked the game and I wanted to support you guys. I mean, I know it's only $9.99. It's not gonna pay anyone's rent, but when I really enjoy a game that's really well done, as this one is, I try my best to, you know... Yeah, I remembered seeing it was from April, but I couldn't remember if it was from April 2022 or 2023. Because, you know, that's how old I am, and that's my sense of time. Or lack thereof anymore. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Chase. I'm glad to know that it does make a difference. And I'm overjoyed to be able to contribute a little bit to the people who put in what was clearly a tremendous amount of hard work and passion and love to make this game happen. And I just really appreciate that that you guys were willing to see it through to the end, because, like I said, having worked on a 17-month... I wasn't even developing a game, you know? I was just writing a strategy guide, or contributing to a strategy guide as a co-writer, really. But even in that capacity, I have a much better appreciation now for the amount of work that goes into it than I ever did when I was just a kid playing video games in, you know, the comfort of my room. You're the reason it made it to consoles? Really? That's incredible. Well, I'm glad you did. Because at the time I first found out about Aground, I did not have a PC that would have been suitable for gaming. So my only option would have been to play it on consoles. And I'm glad I found out about it and was able to actually play it on a console that was able to handle it for a while until I sort of did what I do best and min-maxed a little too hard. That's my MO. I am a habitual min-maxer, and I can't help myself. I'm like Hidetaka Miyazaki with Poison Swamps. If you tempt me, I just can't resist. It always is, Chase. Getting a game from PC to console, or from console to PC, is always a huge challenge. Let alone if you're going to have any kind of crossplay. Oh, you went through more than one port publisher. Interesting. Well, I'm glad at least one of them got it right, because, yeah, the process of porting a game is definitely not something that happens overnight, or that, I don't know, it's just not an easy thing. I've had the privilege of being able to see behind the curtain on the development of the FromSoft games whose strategy guides I have worked on, and everything that I saw about the development of those games was just earth-shattering revelation to me about how much work goes into it and how difficult it is. And just the insane amount of time and effort and deadlines and crunch and... Yeah. Well, I obviously, there are certain things that are under NDA that I can't go into, but just speaking in broad strokes, I watched those games come together. Like, every new build that we got, I could see what had been added and built upon, and what had changed and what had been removed. And I saw all of the different iterations of systems that might not have made it into the final version of the game, or systems that changed drastically over the course of the game's development, and systems that just, they never were able to get to work, that were abandoned, or that had to be changed dramatically in order to make them work. And just all of that was incredibly enlightening as to the kinds of challenges that game developers face. Hey, welcome back, Breakfast. Why do I still exist? Because no one has figured out a way to end my existence yet. And I wish them luck if they want to try. Yeah, and not only tech specs and software not playing nice, but issues with code, right? Because the architecture of a console is usually fairly specific, whereas the architecture of a PC, I mean, yeah, you've got different operating systems. You've got Mac, you've got Linux, you've got Windows, but for the most part, a PC is a PC. But consoles have all sorts of different architecture and different considerations, and, Oh, hey, Yami, welcome back. And getting a game from one to the other, or especially from one console to another, and then getting it through approvals, right? Getting it through QA, getting it through the process of having the publisher okay it, right? Getting it through compliance. That's a whole other set of hurdles to clear. And I have a few friends who work in QA who've told me all about the QA side of it, and all about the compliance process, and that just in and of itself is a nightmare. So between all the different hurdles that the devs have to jump through, and then all of the debugging and QA, and yeah, it's a monumental effort. Yeah, Sony and Nintendo, I've heard, have some of the worst compliance processes. That definitely tracks with the information that I've been provided. Although I hear Microsoft doesn't have a particularly user-friendly compliance process either. Oh, you know me, Breakfast. I can't resist the cheese. Well, that's what I would have thought, Haretsu, but apparently with Microsoft's process, it's not so much about the compatibility as it is about jumping through their hoops. So I've been told, anyway. I think, Chase, it might be Valve. It might be that side of the PC gaming that is a little bit more lenient, because Valve, or maybe it's Valve that I'm thinking of that's more stringent, but it seems to me that Valve will accept pretty much any schlock that gets submitted to Steam. But don't quote me, I could be mixing those up. Oh, no, it doesn't sound like I am. Yeah, Adelakis, that's what I had heard. Or that's what I thought I remembered hearing, is that, yeah, if you give Valve the money, they'll just let you list whatever. Ah, very nice, Lord Louise. Most, if not all, Aritos, yeah. Alright, I think I'm at the point where I've got to go east. So let's go... Let's go do that, because I think now what I need to show the Miros is a dragon gun. If memory serves, and the only way to get that is to head east from the starting island. Oh, are they Artista? That's a new one on me. I didn't hear that. We're gonna need him. Oh, Echo Drop, let me enlighten you, my friend. You might have already seen this video, but... this is what I recommend. And let me actually... God, the sound those spiders make when something kills them. Yeah, Breakfast, I bet they did. Oh, were you responsible not just for the music, but for the SFX and the sound design as well, Chase? Because that particular sound sounds like something that, I mean, it sounds like Foley. It sounds like something you would have made with your mouth directly into the microphone. There we go. Ah, that's totally fair. I don't blame you, Chase. Wouldn't be the first time you'd voice SFX for one of these games? Yeah, oh god! I wasn't looking where I was going, and I forgot these guys are a thing. The sound effect of these helium fish deflating is pretty good too, I have to say. There we are. This island is overflowing with magic. We are definitely in the right place. I've seen this kind of magic before. These structures are partially organic and are all hibernating. They'll need to be awoken. I already know how to activate this purple chamber, but the other structures will require more study. This should be a good base of operations. I'll set up some supplies. Well, there we are. Clues for activating the other structures might lie with the worms. You should follow one on this island and learn their secrets while I translate some of these markings. Find the worm hive. Oh, that's right. I think we have to fight the worm queen here, don't we? Oh, look at that. He was kind enough to put a campfire in a treasure chest for us. How sporting of him. Echo Drop, I literally just finished my last task for the guide today. I'm going to be processing my footage probably in reverse order. So I will be editing my PAX East footage from this year, and then working my way backward. Oh, there certainly are, Chase. There's, I mean, I myself seem to recall a great deal of really unique sound effects here. And what is he? Oh, I see. Something missing that's needed to activate this. These are seeds, I think. Oh, right, and then these evil trees. Oh, but that house doesn't heal you. Ha! I don't think I was meant to be able to dig through that quite yet, but... Oh! Oh, Echo Drop, thank you very much for the $5 donation. Echo Drop says, congrats on finally exiting mortal hell. Well, I mean... Oh, I can dig through this. I want to say there were... Yes, okay. There were blood gems on this island as well. And I am over capacity. Well, that's par for the course. That's all right, Echo Drop. Thank you for the donation. I really appreciate it. That was very kind of you, and I'm very grateful. Welcome back, Clint. Good to see you. I am. Although, Clint, there is a reason that I have continued streaming up to now, which is so that I could keep a promise to a very dear friend of mine. And it appears that she is now actually streaming, so I can keep that promise, and I can actually get a little bit of rest myself. So now that we finally have the opportunity, what I'm going to do... Some of you might know my very dear friend Rachel, who goes by alternatively Qualag or Ingenue. She was one of my first friends in the Souls community, and quite possibly my very first friend. And she right now is just about to start playing The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. She was kind enough to raid us earlier, and I am now planning on returning the favor. No, breakfast he did not. I've been waiting for a couple of hours for her to start streaming, but she's in Pacific time, so it's a lot earlier for her than it is for me, like a lot earlier. But I have been waiting to raid her, and I wanted to return the love that she sent over here earlier. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bid all of you good night, and I thank you all very much for hanging out, for all of your support. And Chase, in particular, I really appreciate your dropping by. I will probably be streaming more of this game tomorrow. So any of you who are interested in dropping by for more of it are welcome to do so. And in the meantime... we're going to head on over and make her evening. Nice to catch you as well, Clint. Thank you. Oh, and Chase, thank you so much for the 209 bits. I really appreciate that. That was incredibly kind of you. Everyone, thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. In the meantime, let's head on over and say hi to Rachel and show her some love, because goodness knows she deserves it. Take care, everyone. Good night, and I will catch you all next time.